We are behind schedule. We can take our seats and start the session. Good morning once again, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to the second day of this retreat, the second and final day of this retreat about constitutional review and electoral reforms. I would like to welcome all our invited guests, but also those that were with yesterday. The Honorable Winnie Kiza, thank you very much for keeping around. General Mugisha Muntu, thank you so much for keeping around. In a very special way, I would like to welcome my friend, the FDC strongman, Kano Kiza Besije. Thank you so much for coming. I'm very sure you have very interesting views about this particular issue, and we are here to listen. I'd like to welcome the Executive Director of Center for Constitutional Governance, Sarah Birete. Thank you so much for being with us most of the time. I'd like to welcome Mr. Masembe Joel from Foundation for Human Rights Initiative. Thank you for coming. And I'd like to welcome our first presenter for today, Mr. Peter Warubiri, the founding partner of Kwesgabo and Warubiri Advocates. And we will be starting with him this morning. And it's the only presentation that we are going to have today. I've seen my dear sister, the Honorable Betty Namboze. Yeah, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, honorable members, those of you who know our colleagues who are not yet here, kindly get in touch with them so we can start. And I would like to take the opportunity to welcome Mr. Peter Warubiri, and he's going to be presenting on free, fair, and credible elections, after which our chief opposition whip will give his views and then chair that session for a plenary discussion. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Mr. Peter Warubiri.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I was having a little quarrel with the fair lady here because the program I have was showing that my presentation would be at 11:15. I was hoping to have to benefit from a recap of yesterday and to listen to Professor Ngugi Joel, but apparently I missed out. I was asked to talk about free, fair and credible elections, the need for an independent electoral commission. In the little time that I had, I did prepare a little outline. I hope it has been circulated or will be projected, because I don't intend to run through all of it. But suffice to say that I'm happy to be with old friends and to discuss this all important topic. Now, people everywhere and in every age, including those of us in Uganda, yearn for freedom. And the preamble to our constitution vividly recalls struggles against tyranny, oppression, exploitation, and commits us to build a better Uganda based on principles of unity, peace, equality, democracy, freedom, social justice, and progress. Quite a mouthful. You can't do all these unless there is democracy. It's only in a democracy that you can have genuine and enduring security, peace, equality, freedom, social justice, and progress. You can't get these elsewhere. You can only have them temporarily unless you have democracy to guarantee the long term. Now, elections are the central feature of any democratic dispensation. The problem is that not all elections are free and fair. So we need to discuss the parameters of what is a free and fair election. And one of the building blocks of a free and fair election is an independent electoral commission. Because unless the commission is independent, then you can't have elections being managed in a credible, fair, and just way. There is, however, another problem, that even where you have an independent electoral commission, or what appears to be independent, that is no guarantee of free and fair elections. There are other critical factors that come into play. What then is a free and fair election? For starters, our constitution only recognizes one form of election, free and fair election, no other form. You see, there have been elections throughout history. Even in dictatorships, even in one-party systems, there is some form of election. I attended a school where you would have elections for prefect. But they were only indicative, because you stand for head prefect, you get votes, then the staff sit and they say you are now the library prefect. A post you didn't contest for, but some election that has been held. So there only one form of election can guarantee democracy, free and fair election. That's what is in our constitution. Article 1(4), Article 61(1)(a). The first problem is the constitution does not define what is free and fair election. And that business has been left to the courts. But one thing is at least agreed, that elections are not a one-day event. You have to look at the entire process. Now, the earliest attempt to comprehensively codify what is free and fair election was by the Inter-Parliamentary Council way back on 26th March. I think I put it wrong in the paper. 46. The Interparliamentary Council issued a document of what really the parameters of free and fair election. And I detail this in the paper. The first thing is that government should derive from the will of the people, and that is from regular elections held at regular intervals on the basis of universal, equal, and adult suffrage. So you must have regular elections involving everybody and in secrecy. And the document details a number of voting and the elections rights. The right for everybody to vote, and that starts with the right to be registered to vote. You should not be denied a right to register. And if you are denied the right, you should access an impartial tribunal to review that issue, for the issue to be corrected promptly and effectively. There was a time where the Electoral Commission in this country retired an entire register and purported to write a new register. We filed a petition. I think it was Norbert Mao and another versus Attorney General. And that petition was heard, I think, after 7 years. And the court said, yes, the register was unconstitutionally retired. People were disenfranchised, but that was 7 years later. So I got my judgment. But people had been enfranchised and nobody could intervene for 7 years. Now, every voter is entitled to exercise his or her right equally with others, and for his or her vote to be accorded equal weight. Obviously, the vote should be secret, without restriction. The other part of the document details rights of candidates, political parties, rights of campaign. Just like our Article 38 of the Constitution says, everybody has a right to take part in government and have opportunity to be a candidate and stand for election. A right to join and form a political party of your choice. To express opinions. So these are then political rights that you should be able to organize, mobilize, receive and impart information, move freely throughout the country like MK moves now, when the rest of you are not free to move. to campaign on an equal basis. To access the media, including public media. The document addresses issues of the right of candidates to security of their lives and property. You can't have free and fair elections when candidates are being battered, when their properties are being vandalized. When you don't enjoy the protection of the law, when you have restrictions. The right to free the campaign. And of course, responsibility is not to engage in violence and respect the rights of others. A bigger part of the document deals with responsibilities of states, of governments, to take legislative measures to guarantee rights, to put in place institutions that can engender free and fair elections, like establishing impartial and non-discriminatory procedures for registration of voters. Every electoral cycle in this country, there's a fight about registers, about registration. Do you need a national identity card registered, or do you need, what is the cutoff period, and so forth? Will you vote without a voter's card or not? What's the criteria in terms of age, citizenship, residence for elections? States are required to provide for ease of formation and functioning of political parties, including their funding, to ensure separation of the state from political parties. Obviously, you know that since 1986, the NRM has been fused with the state. And every electoral cycle, we contest with the NRM. But we're not contesting with a political party, we are contesting with the state. How can that be a free and fair election? The Interparliamentary Union emphasized the need for programs for civic education to ensure that the population is familiar with election procedures and issues. It's a big problem here. Civic education. To be accredited to render civic education is a problem. The Electoral Commission is supposed to do it, it doesn't do it. Other organs of government are supposed to do it, they don't do it. If they do it in a haphazard, partisan manner. It is required that election officials are trained to act impartially. Ours are recruited in a partisan way, they act in a partisan way. Above all, the need for states to ensure that human rights and freedoms are respected throughout the electoral process. Freedoms of movement, assembly, association, expression. It's a whole raft of measures that you are all familiar with and that we've been struggling over. That is the standard set by the Interparliamentary Union, to which Uganda is a party. That's the standard which our courts have tried to interpret. Now, the Supreme Court In election petition 1 of 201, Dr. Kizza Besigye is here, and his friend Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. I don't know about their being enemies. The retired colonel will tell us whether they are not friends. But I participated in this at some level. But at the face of it, the court reasonably defined what is a free and fair election. If you look at the judges, they agreed that you look at the entire process throughout campaigning, voting, counting of votes, and ensuring that there's a level playing field. The principles are actually accepted by the court. Okay? Justice Mulenga says it entails equal opportunity among candidates to access the electorate, for the electorate to choose between competing candidates. Justice Odoki says an electoral process which fails to ensure that fundamental rights of citizens before and after elections are guaranteed is flawed, that there must be a level playing field. Fairness and transparency must be adhered at all stages. The principles are set out. They agree, they accept it. But are they implemented? That has been the problem. Then we got the big elephant. You see, the Constitution and the international practice set an unqualified standard of free and fair election. But the electoral laws, Presidential Elections Act, Parliamentary Elections Act, Local Government Act, then introduced this animal called substantial effect. To say elections can only be annulled in case of non-compliance with the provisions of the electoral law. If court is satisfied that the election was not conducted in accordance with the principles laid down in the law, and that the non-compliance affected the results in a substantial manner. So not only do you have to prove that the elections were not free and fair, and at least in the last presidential election petitions, the 2 of Kizza Besigye, the 1 of Mama Babazi, there was proof that the elections had not been conducted freely and fairly. The contention then was that lack of freedom and fairness, did it affect the results in a substantial manner? And the majority of their lordships in the 2 Kizza Besigye petitions and unanimously in the Mama Mbabazi petition said, no, the infractions were not substantial enough. Mulenga, Justice of the Supreme Court, may he rest in peace, says that that expression, substantial manner, can only mean that the votes a candidate obtained would have been different in a substantial manner if it were not for the non-compliance. How do you determine that? That means, in his words, to succeed, the petitioner does not have to prove that the declared candidate would have lost. It's sufficient to prove that the winning majority would have been reduced. To what extent? In 206, Chief Justice Odoki says that some non-compliance or irregularities of the law or principles may occur during the election. But any election should not be annulled unless they have affected it in a substantial manner. That the doctrine of substantial justice is now part of our constitutional jurisprudence. That Article 126(2)(e) of the Constitution provides that in adjudicating cases of both a civil and criminal nature, the courts shall, subject to the law, apply the principle, among others, that substantial justice shall be administered without undue regard to technicalities. Courts are therefore enjoined to disregard irregularities or errors unless they have caused substantial failure of justice. So to him, then, aspects of elections being free and unfair can actually be wished away as technicalities. If people are beaten, if people are not registered, if people are not allowed to campaign, if people are imprisoned, if public resources are used for one candidate, you can say it was not substantial enough. It's a mere technicality. I do not agree that non-compliance with the constitutional command for freedom and fairness in an electoral process can be wished away as a technicality. That a constitutional command not complied with now becomes a technical issue, as if it were a rule of procedure. That is the problem. Now in 2016, the situation was compounded in the Amama Mbabazi presidential election petition. And I've quoted at length from the summary judgment. They again emphasize the question that the results must be affected in a substantial manner, whatever that means. But they introduce a new element, that you look at the things that went bad and determine whether the ensuing results did not reflect the choice of the majority of voters. You determine whether the defects are so seriously affected the results that the results could no longer reasonably be said to represent the will of the majority of voters. Whether the will of the majority has been affected by the non-compliance. So seriously, you're looking at the figures and say, okay, 54 people were shot in Kampala. Did that shooting affect the will of the majority? How do you determine that? How do you determine the chilling effect of the shooting of one person, 2 people, 3 people? I remember, I think it was in the first Kizza Besigye petition, a senior colleague of mine standing and arguing. He says, yes, my lords, it's unfortunate a life was lost. But that was only one vote. So it can't have affected the outcome of the result. Yes, one voter was shot. So do they have to be 100, 54, 60, 200 for you to determine that the will of the majority was affected? If they come and authorize one of us here, can the rest of us continue the discussion freely and fairly? Or would say, no, that was just one Honorable Nambos, the rest of us are not affected. So this, my friends, is a problem. The emphasis of the court has now shifted to the so-called will of the majority. And this is purely mathematical. It can't even be determined mathematically. Can the free will of the majority be ascertained if conditions of freedom and fairness did not obtain at an election? Is it not arguable that what turns out to be the majority is actually a sham forced down onto the people who have been oppressed, who have been intimidated, who have been beaten, locked up? Can there be free will on which a majority can be determined unless the election is generally free and fair? So as you discuss this question of free and fair election and the criteria in the reforms that hopefully will be debated, this elephant of substantial effect must be tackled head on. As the law stands, the fate of the electoral process and determining whether it is free and fair has been left to the courts using this standard of the will of the majority. The experience with our Supreme Court so far does not give the much needed confidence that we can have a determination of free and fair elections. We can now turn to what is an independent electoral commission. Article 62 of our Constitution provides that, subject to the Constitution, the Electoral Commission shall be independent and shall, in the performance of its functions, not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. The beautiful Article 62 prescribes that the Commission's members are persons of high moral character, proven integrity, that they possess considerable experience and demonstrated compliance in the conduct of public affairs. These then are appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament and hold office for 7 days. And they enjoy a level of security of tenure. They cannot be removed from the office by the President for inability to perform the functions of their office out of physical or mental incapacity. Somebody's incapacitated, misbehavior or misconduct. This can be objectively ascertained, and incompetence. By all accounts, a fair standard. So is the Commission actually independent? Now, under the Constitution and the electoral laws, including the Election Commission Act, there is no provision that subjects the Commission to control or direction by any person or authority. It would appear to be independent, actually. There's nothing that offending in the law. But the argument we've made, and that has been made, is that The commission is not independent because it is appointed by a partisan and overbearing president. And with that approval of a parliament, and the honorable members are here, which with respect is really controlled by Mr. Museveni. So you can't say really this is an independent thing. It is Mr. Museveni's thing. Truth be told. So the problem perhaps is not with the law and the constitution. As a matter of fact, I was trying to check out other jurisdictions. The idea that the commission is appointed by the president is not very unique to Uganda. In Nigeria, the appointment is by the president, subject to confirmation by Senate. In India, the appointment is also by the president. That happens in Zambia, in Tanzania. In Kenya, they now have a selection panel. They have set up a selection panel under their Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission law. So they have a selection panel. You have 2 members on the panel nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, 1 member nominated by the Law Society of Kenya, 2 members nominated by the Interreligious Council. So those are nominated and appointed by the president. They then invite applications. So people apply to be commissioners. They are vetted, they are interviewed. And then the selected candidates are approved by National Assembly and appointed by the president. Fairly elaborate. But then you have to go back and see how is this Parliamentary Service Commission functioning? How independent is it? How is the Law Society independent? How is the Interreligious Council? And how is the National Assembly? See, the challenge we have in Uganda is the nature of the presidency and the nature of our parliament. These are the product of the NRA one party history, which has produced a parliament beholden to and ultimately controlled by a president who has entrenched himself for close to 4 decades now. So a formula which involves parliament and the president, the appointment of the commission, presently constituted, cannot give us an independent, truly independent electoral commission. Now, in other jurisdictions, they have toyed with the idea of using the Judicial and the Judicial Service Commission to constitute the Electoral Commission. In Zimbabwe, the chairperson of the commission is appointed by the president after consultation with the Judicial Service Commission and the Committee on Standing Rules and Orders. The other members come from a list nominated by the Committee on Standing Rules and Orders. They are clear, the chairperson must be a judge or a former judge or a person qualified to be a judge. But you know that this has not really engendered free and fair elections in Zimbabwe. Okay. In Malawi, the chairman of the Electoral Commission has to be a judge nominated by the Judicial Service Commission. In Botswana, they also provide for all members to be appointed by the Judicial Service Commission. And the chairperson has to be a judge. One member is a legal practitioner. In Uganda, we have very many. We can appoint them. Then they have 5 members appointed from a list of persons recommended by the all-party conference, conglomerate of the parties. How you can do that in Uganda here, take the example of how you send delegates to East African Assembly. I don't know. We had proposals here in 2014 under the Citizens Compact on Free and Fair Elections. There was some consultation, big process. And one of the recommendations was how to establish a new electoral commission. And the formula then was that the commissioners and staff should be selected and appointed through an open process of application, public hearings, and scrutiny conducted by the Judicial Service Commission, and then vetted by Parliament. Then the president will simply appoint. And they would serve for 1 year, 7-year term. And their removal should follow the process and procedures for removal of judicial officers. Now, the central feature of this proposal is the Judicial Service Commission. So if this was to be the formula, you would first have to have an independent Judicial Service Commission. What is the reality, my friends? We do not have an independent Judicial Service Commission. It is still beholden on to the executive. If we had time, we would discuss stories of how the commissioners performed in the appointment of judicial officers in the last 2 decades. How we've ended up with a cadre judiciary. So you can't hand over this thing to the Judicial Service Commission. You would have first to overhaul the Judicial Service Commission. You would have to overhaul Parliament. You would have to overhaul the presidency. So what is the real problem at hand? As my strong view, that there is no genuine constitutional and electoral reform underway in this country. The letter inviting me here says this workshop, this consultation is to enhance the capacity of opposition members of Parliament on the rule of law and constitutionalism, and prepare them ahead of the forthcoming parliamentary debate on constitution and electoral reforms. So it is presumed that there is going to be, in the near future, robust debate on constitution and electoral reforms, including those relating to free and fair elections. Ladies and gentlemen, we've suffered nearly, actually 5 decades of being deceived and misled by Mr. Museveni. If you trace his politics from as early as 1972, we've suffered that, believing at all times that something good is about to happen from Mr. Museveni. But the worst we can do to ourselves is to deceive ourselves that actually in the months coming, there's going to be a very serious engagement in Parliament on constitutional and electoral reforms. I know that in the last Parliament, there was those expectations, and in the previous one. At the end of the day, some bill will come with very inconsequential reforms. If a private member's bill comes, it will never see the light of the day. So let us not deceive ourselves that actually we are now gearing up for this big debate. If the debate comes, it will be a few selected articles and changes to help Mr. Museveni. I can bet my 1 shilling on that one. Because the reality is that there has been an institutional capture. All institutions in this country are captive. I'll give you the example of the Judicial Service Commission I've already mentioned. The courts, the public service, the security services, and our parliament are not free if we want to speak truth to ourselves. See, under the Constitution, judges have independence, have security of tenure. We've had judges heading the Inspectorate of Government, Office of DPP, public bodies. What has been their performance? Sometimes partisan, sometimes mediocre. The other reality that we have is a situation of militarized and commercialized politics. You've been in the trenches, so you know what I'm talking about. Now, no independent electoral commission can operate in a militarized and commercialized political environment as exists in Uganda. You see, even if you had the Mufti and 2 bishops and some angel to be in the electoral commission. But when armed personnel carriers are patrolling the streets, when generals are distributing money, when people are being beaten up, what will the commission do to stop opposition members of parliament being imprisoned? At every election in this country, in the last 3 decades, Uganda has been reduced to a garrison state. Soldiers in combat gear roam the streets and the villages. And the country is partitioned. And each region there's a general in charge. Public resources, including sackloads of cash, are mobilized to bribe, compromise voters, candidates, agents, election officials. No independent electoral commission can correct and level this high-handed imbalance. So as we search for an independent electoral commission, we should be focusing elsewhere as well. So what's the alternative? Now, in the absence of free public institutions, And in the context of militarized and commercialized politics, no meaningful reform or even debate will be possible. You see, whatever vestiges of our mutilated constitution remain, it can only be torn apart and we will reconstruct something new. So how do we do this? The alternatives are few. We can hope for a miracle and pray for one. So that Mr. Museveni, like the proverbial soul, radically changes and embraces a new Pauline spirit to engage the people of Uganda into a new negotiated political dispensation. But you see, like all miracles, this will depend on divine will. So last we shall pray. I may lead a rosary crusade and so on. We may fast, then wait for God to determine whether to give it to us today or tomorrow. Sometimes it can take 40 years. Somebody has a theory that we are doing actually a punishment for 40 years, then we may be redeemed. Somebody had tried to calculate the 40 years from 81, it didn't work, and now somebody tried to try it from 85. Somebody has been calculating from 86, but that is one option. We pray for divine intervention. The other option, my friends, is for the people of this republic to organize. And I think literally outside of the present political formations, to peacefully but firmly push the NRM or Mr. Museveni to a negotiating table or to a surrender. And we won't do that in the confines of this conference room. We would need painstaking planning and concerted effort. That looks like the realistic alternative. The third, and it would appear to be no option at all, is to leave matters to chance and fate. And I know many Ugandans who, out of desperation, out of apathy, they said, for me, let me try to do some little thing for my children. If the numbers, if the messages, if the focus up some, but for me, let me wait. Now that is surrender with dire consequences. It won't change things. So are we wasting time here, ladies and gentlemen? No. The ideas that we've been generating in this two-day conference will be handy in rebuilding this republic after we work and rescue it from captivity. What we're doing is to gather and store a good seed, ready to plant when we work and bring the rains This time we shall not wait for the rains. We have to do irrigation. It is then that we shall have a truly independent electoral commission to organize free and fair elections. I hope it will be sooner than later. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Council Peter Warubiri. Very good presentation there. We were talking about many people who are saying, let me look after my children as we wait for others to, to go through the struggle. Ladies and gentlemen, like we said, we're going to have a lot of discussions for today, but allow me to invite Colonel Kiza Besigye to make his remarks, and then we will go into the discussions after the presentation by the Chief Opposition Whip. But for now, I'd like to invite Colonel Besigye to make his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. The leader of the opposition in Parliament, the honorable members who are here, all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am glad that you invited me to be part of the conversation that is going on here about this indeed very important subject. And I am glad that I am making my brief remarks after that very enlightening presentation by our senior counsel, Peter Warubiri. I think we should give him another applause, because it makes my intended remarks to be easy and quick to present. Because you see, when I got here, I was given a heap of previous presentations about constitution and electoral reforms that we have gone through in the last couple of or many years, including very elaborate ones that were presented to Parliament in, I think it was 2009 by the Inter-Party Cooperation, which dealt with the Constitution, the Presidential Elections Act, the Parliamentary Elections Act, the Local Government Act, the Electoral Commission Act, and so on. So the body of suggestions regarding the reforms that we already have is quite large. But from the presentation of Council Warubiri here, which I entirely associate with, it is evident that that heap of proposals that we have previously come out with, and indeed that this conversation may add on to, are proposals for a totally different type from the one we are in now. And like he has said, they will be useful, no doubt, but not now. Why? Because you see, the laws that we seek to reform emanate from the Constitution. They arise from the Constitution. And the Constitution itself is supposed to arise from the people, from the population. So if we are amending the Constitution, it presupposes that the population is amending its grand norm, its basic law. And that's why the Constitution starts with the first article being that of sovereignty. Who has the power in Uganda? That is the article number 1, sovereignty. And indeed, the first clause of that article says that all power belongs to the people. The question is, and that is where, what we are discussing must be centered. Is that the case in our situation? Does power actually belong to the people? Because if it doesn't, then the Constitution does not belong to the people. So you cannot start amending the Constitution that does not in the first place belong to the people. The people must first of all have the power to make the Constitution, and later on the power to amend it. Because if they don't have the power to make it, they cannot have the power to amend it. And I don't think that answering the question of who has power takes, a lot of searching to find answers to. Because we all know that to start with, Uganda was not even formed by the people of Uganda. Even the country Uganda was not a product of the people of Uganda. It was a product of a foreign group saying, now all of you people in these margins, you have become Uganda. We did not have a say to say that this was Uganda. We had our own countries that were demolished without our will. Buganda was a country entirely with its own constitution, with its own institutions, without its own culture and so on. Buganda did not decide to end itself and to become something else. Neither did Bunyoro, neither did Ntoro, neither did Ankole, neither did all the groups, the countries that were eventually formed into Uganda. It was not their consent that they become Uganda. It was force. And of course, we struggled, the people of Uganda struggled to end that domination, that control by others. Unfortunately, that struggle did not come to its proper maturity, because then the people who were dominating us due to their other challenges they had globally, because they had also dominated nearly the whole world, the British. They dominated India, America, Canada, New Zealand, Australia. Because of the challenges they experienced everywhere, they offered independence rather early, before we were strong enough to push them out and to determine what happens to ourselves. So the force of arms that they left behind with our people at independence, which they had been dominating us with, then were used by those very people that were entrusted with those arms to continue their domination. And it's the same kind of domination that we still have today. That's why we are here in this room talking about these reforms 60 years after independence. 60 years in which the people of Uganda have never removed any leader. Never. 60 years in which they have never said, we are lifting this one to be our leader. All leaders are lifted into office by guns and removed by guns. So clearly, people do not have power. Those who have guns have the power. So the people with the guns are sovereign, not the people of Uganda. That's why Museveni is sovereign. He is the sovereign of Uganda today. No doubt, we are beginning to see the succession to the crown prince. Yes, because when individuals are sovereign, then they pass on their sovereignty to whomever they decide. Because in fact, the sovereign is the constitution. If the people of Uganda were sovereign, they would be the constitution. They are not. And that's why when we purported to make a constitution in 1993-94 and put things there which the sovereign did not like, they are no longer there. So the sovereign is the supreme law. The sovereign is the law. The sovereign today is Mr. Museveni. And so the reforms that we really must be talking about, which are of the present day, not the ones of reforming the Electoral Commission. The reform, because the whole question is, how do we end state capture that the senior counsel talked about? Because all institutions are captured by the sovereign, the current sovereign. Institutions serve those who have power, not those who don't have power. So all institutions today serve the sovereign, serve Mr. Museveni. All of them. And it doesn't matter how they arise, they must serve who has power. Even if you said, you know, the political parties or the opposition, even call them the opposition, that NRM has no say in the formation of the Electoral Commission. And what is called the opposition parties appoint the Electoral Commission. That commission too will serve the sovereign. Even if the sovereign was not part of their appointment, they will still serve the sovereign because he's the one who has the power, even if you are the ones who appointed it. So how do we end institutional capture? And the Honorable Warviri was very clear. Parliament is captured. That's how you saw the soldiers come and enter Parliament and beat up everybody. We still have cripples here. crippled in parliament by people who came under camera during broad daylight, under camera from the office of the president, and came into parliament and beat the hell out of the members of parliament who were saying they had something to say. Yes. We saw what happened in the courts when the black mambas attacked court. Not once attacking the temple of justice, as Justice James Ogola said, who was the principal judge then, that the temple of justice has been raped. That rape continues. So we cannot have an independent judiciary. It's a joke. We cannot have an independent parliament. We cannot have an independent electoral commission. We cannot have an independent Bank of Uganda, though the constitution says so. You don't have a governor now for, I think it's coming to 2 years. Because the real governor is there, the sovereign. So the bank continues functioning, even if there is no governor. The sovereign is there. So the reform that we must talk about is the reform that can liberate the institutions. How do we liberate the institutions? The reform that we must be talking about is what kind of reform will end impunity? What is the reform for impunity? Because it's not that all these laws are not there. The people who are being captured every day and terrorized and tortured, it's not that we do. The law is followed. No, and everybody knows that. The question is, what can you do? You know, if I kill you, if I beat you, if I imprison you, what will you do? Nothing. So what reform will reform impunity? What reform will end what he was talking about? The commercialization of our politics. What reform? In 2011, Mr. Museveni invaded the central bank and took out what was close to 2 trillion shillings without parliamentary approval, most of which was pumped in the 2011 elections and caused the inflation of more than 30% overnight. How do you control that? In fact, now commercialization has been formalized. You pass money for patronage in parliament every year. The money that goes to State House for patronage, that officially somebody has, how many billions did I see in the coming budget? 130 something billion for his donation. For his donation, formally. You know, a district, budget of a district is about 15 billion. Some 7 I hear. Budget of a district. Somebody's pocket money to donate 130 something billion. And that is only the beginning before the supplementary budgets which you will pass. And you have no choice but to pass it. So how will you reform that? How can you reform commercialization, militarization, which he was talking about? How do you reform that? Because every election is like a war. The deployments you see all over the country is a war of a war footing. You know? You see what happens. Even in a by-election, a small by-election, the deployments that are there, how do you reform that? Because these are not some things provided by the law. How do you reform the structural impoverishment of the population? Because the population has been impoverished structurally by taking all their money and their money servicing a few people structurally. It's not that the population does not know, but what can they do? The parish model money you have that they are singing about now, drumming parish development model. This is part of the patronage money for the next election. And it's being rolled out very, you know, typically, it's the template is there. You'll see when Myoga came, when Bonaba Gagawale came, it is all rolled out as part of the donations for the next election. Not that it's going to cause anything in the population, and the population knows, because in any case, all the money they use comes from those very parishes. Is there any money that does not come from the parish, including the 137 he's going to be donating, came from those parishes? So money goes from parishes, it does not go back. There have been no supplies to health centers from what I have been hearing in the countryside for the last 6 to 8 months. No single supply to the health centers. Whoever is sick in the whole country must look after themselves. Yet they send the money to the center, but they have to fend for themselves. So what reforms? And they know that they have impoverished the whole country, so that whomever they give 1,000 shillings will be clapping on their knees. It's not just the population which is impoverished by that structure anyway. Even the members of parliament are impoverished, because the country now knows you as ATM machines. Whoever, you are the one who has to bury everybody. You are the one who have to treat everybody. That's why every member of parliament is now buying an ambulance. You are the healthcare system. You are the funeral service. You are the ones repairing bridges and doing what and doing what. All things which should have been budgeted for, which from the people's money. So how do you reform that? The commercialization, the impoverishment, structural impoverishment of the population. So the only reform that we all must be talking about is how to regain sovereignty. How do we regain our sovereignty? And indeed, Council Warubiri was very clear. Sovereignty will not be regained by simply asking those who took away our sovereignty to simply return it to us. It will not happen. Nobody becomes free without fighting for their freedom. We must fight for our freedom. There are no two ways about it. Whether you like it or not, there are no two ways about it. I've been hearing, of course, voices mainly from our detractors, of course, who have been saying, but you've tried, this, it hasn't worked, you've tried that, so what can you do? We continue trying until it happens. You only fail when you stop trying. And we have been very clear that we should not go again to fight with guns, because guns are the problem. We and so that the population understands the dilemma in which they are to do. And the person we know, the leader in the department, it is. Was leading this. We should go and take the outcome of this, the message. We need to liberate ourselves and regain sovereignty. We should take it to the population. Reason by reason, and the more that this is what we all need to do. Not when we stop us. Then we are allowing the Quran police to go and the conversations and the meetings let us go and the strong steps for the weapon. The reason for the business and the engagement of the population, secondly, we cannot continue with the discussion of today. We are competing for power. Some is the democratic narrative, the only narrative in which we come even. We have parties that are competing for power. And so even we compete amongst ourselves, even as we have power, we compete amongst themselves. We should simply, yes, and so we should, for the time being, until we are in a position to make people institutions and is become real. Let's show policies with the congestion. Let's get together and seek the real path for the population. Make ourselves a new constitution that will believe the constitution among the militaries. Here the problem of holding all that power in the center here. So that power is also dispersed in the population that owns that power. That centralization of power has been part of the problem that we have. And once we have a democratic constitution, democratically constituted institutions, and so on. Let's move on. Thank you very much, and God bless you. Thank you very much, Kanaki, the basic that standing ovation was young.
To come out just now, you know, really invited. This is a messenger. This is the last time to come. Because we have resolutions about constitutional review and electoral reforms. And this is what I told him. I told him it's okay for you to come and give us your views. And I think everyone has appreciated those views, kind of messenger. And maybe may I also give you assurances that after this retreat, we are taking the conversation to the public. And I hope that you will come with us. Thank you so much. I know that there are people who, because of this energy, who may want to ask a few questions. The time is now, but Kanakiza basically would like to go in a few minutes. So we'll make it very fast for those who want to ask questions. And maybe clarifications or your comments. This is the time. Christine Kaya Nachimwena, Marina Mayoni, those in Namuga, Dr. Rene, Honorable Batalanya, Seven Manjala. Yes. And then, yes, Honorable Betty Chan. My God. Okay. What's up with Honorable Sarah? Thank you for that opportunity. Honorable Secretary, we'll continue with the plenary discussion. You can, if you think you have a question to kind of suggest something that you would want to say.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Olumide and Dr. Besige. To me, when I saw the theme of the workshop, Constitution on Electoral Reforms, I just want to make you feel comfortable that actually what you were saying is what we had hidden. We understand that Constitution and Electoral Reforms are at the moment not adequate. What you are telling us to do is exactly what we had hidden in there. And if you are deciding to come, we would do. So thank you so much for coming. But I would also like to request you to help us because there are different ways of trying to come up with in order to regain the power. And some people are deciding to sleep with the game. And I would like you to advise. Is it really working? Because the last step, the text that we can cancel it back. Is it leading us to gaining? It's kind of thank you for the council. You have given it all us, but something very important you have left behind is one, and which I want my fellow colleagues here to benefit from, not as an equal a leader. We need to know everything, many of us will know, but I want to know is starting with range. We have a leader position here, we have Honorable Mishamont, we have other leaders here. What is the starting point? What will be the focal point to organize agenda that movement? We are watching what is happening in Kenya. We have a leader, the would-be leader of the opposition, Raila Odinga, was at the forefront. Should be the people, should be the MPs, should we see the people sitting together in the same agenda? Should be the focal persons. Remember the parliament and the commission.
something which the people have not brought out clearly. To move these people, whenever they talk through their word one another. Thank you very much. Thank you.
To respond. Thank you. Remember, the minister, shadow, the funds in the in the alternative government. This one, first of all, I do find it a honest. That has been in the whole engagement. We made an honest conversation. For example, for me, I will before everyone. Has been diplomatic. What has been wrong? What has been organized? What has been done here? I think there is a lot of hypocrisy when it comes to the side of the opposition. When we speak to them, we think, how we feel on the phone as we are doing to them.
I want to Dr. Metsige, this speech. Actually, even if you don't speak again, you have made a remarkable speech that is going to move us today. Yesterday, we had a conversation here with the Honorable Athena, and he gave us a document. This document was stipulating the aims of the liberation of NRA, where is the bush? And I have discovered that it's only President Museveni who is sticking to it. Many of you who were around him at that time, and still we were fighting all of us to establish this revolution to take root, have already abandoned that because it was inhuman. It is not real. And I have discovered in your speech that no matter what we do, whether we are in parliament, whether you are doing what, whether you are a rich man anywhere, everybody is captured and we need to get out of this captivity. And I want to thank you that what works has been to bring all of us together and fight a common front from wherever we are. I have a question to ask you, to encourage you not to give up. Even if you say that you have only 3 years now to give up this after getting frustrated that everybody is doing their own thing. Don't do that. We are really. Thank you. I'm being honest. You are so clear with the position unity. The position we made, we will move ahead. I like to seek your opinion on a solution coming together and continuing single candidate in the upcoming elections. The next that we have seen our top leaders in the parties. The one that's helping us, and I we have a unity. What is your opinion? I think that candidate. And finally, is very common. But it's real. You can't manage when any leader from power to the president. Using and coming to power. Until we are giving states and regular in an option. Then the thing is, you can do understand? Thank you.
Yeah, only the language and the numbers that you can understand.
Madam Moderator, I was just among those who gave a standing ovation to Kano for my own reservations as I had these. But I seated, I clapped for him. However, I'm happy with the submission he has made. Actually, let me pitch it for everyone. We had a lot of engagements. Actually, in 2016, we were going to get somewhere. Everybody asking questions coming and council. The question is, your political party leaders and your former presidents, can you sit somewhere and make a decision on who should become the flag bearer of the opposition? How is it here? So when we go out, as we deliver this message, because the situation takes us, they respect us and we know that what we are doing is correct. And when we get out here, we give you issues. The great and message we are delivering to the people. We need to know. We need to know. Who is the flag bearer of the opposition? We have not found it in these 3 years, and we take that time. Thank you very much. We are achieving that. Yes. Thank you very much. Since the microphone is this side, Madam Moderator, allow me, like my submission, then it goes away that side. Members, I want to add my voice to the people that have thanked Dr. Uvawesige. Thank you so much for taking the way of wisdom. I think you crystallized what Peter already had really brought out clearly. In Peter Waller's suggestion, we either have to so much password. We are allowed in the country. In Australia, we find ourselves in the country. We have clearly stated the stand is not an option. And we believe me because we are here. If you ask to win, is the gun an option? The government is not an option. It will bring us the same feeling. But the problem has succeeded in quieting all protests, all problem moments, successfully done Ugandans on the street have done everything, and many people, many Ugandans, we are at the end of the crossroads. We are here talking about constitutional reforms. We are here, but as we speak about them, the someone is not going to allow everything to take them out of power. So yes, the other time we were going to be the same way we have been doing. Then is not an option. And we should really come out because we don't want to start to do that. We are so frustrated in the civil. And what is the as from us.
Honorable
Let us
Samba, the
come
point
out
is home.
more
The
clear.
point is home.
Thank you
Honorable
very much.
Namboze, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to thank the two presenters. One, Honorable Waluvidi gave us a paper full of challenges. At one time, I almost froze in my chair because I was made to feel that even the parliament where we are sitting, we are not doing anything. However, the second presenter, Dr. Chiza Besigye, has come up to unpack what Honorable Waluvidi called the painstaking planning. Madam Chair, if you don't plan, you are planning to fail. But I want to believe that this conference has been a nice one. However, most probably it is not the right platform to discuss in detail our plans. We should make a commitment that at the level of planning, where we shall be allowed, where we shall allow ourselves time to go into the details, the nitty-gritties, what we need to do. Most probably we don't need to plan on camera. Madam Chair, there are so many things here we would have said, but coming to a conference like this one, and then on camera, live coverage everywhere, and then we say we are planning. Most probably we are not planning, and when you are not planning, you are planning to fail. I want to ask the presenters to give us a way towards real platforms for planning, where we shall, if it is a retreat, let it be a retreat in the true sense of the word, and give ourselves a platform where we can open up our minds to others. And lastly, Madam Chair, I'm also thinking about what we are going to do with ourselves. When you have to sit in a meeting to plan against a government, and some of your own are ministers in the other government, and they are coming to sit with you to plan against the other government. How are we going to handle that, Madam Chair?
Thank you very much. And I am hoping that question is not to me. However, Kanokiza Besigye, you have had the concerns of members and questions. I don't know if you have a few minutes. Out of respect for Kanokiza Besigye, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, he has given us the time and he needs to go because he has other commitments. Allow him to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think part of the challenge we are faced with is really self-inflicted, because the timekeeping tradition in our country is a big problem that we need to address, especially in the new mood I see in the room of going to struggle. In the struggle, time is of utmost essence, because if we agree to arrive at a certain 10:43 and you come at 10:45, you may find a different situation that we did not envisage. So many questions have been asked. Unfortunately, I have an engagement that I can't wriggle out somewhere. And so I'll be as brief as possible. But certainly, I think this is maybe the beginning of the engagement and conversation. I hope more opportunities will be there for us to exchange. And nobody has answers to everything. We all need to simply bang our heads together in order to chart a way out of a very, very difficult situation that we have in our country. Now, dialogue with Museveni. My honest view is that there is only one matter that can be reasonably the subject of a conversation with Museveni, and that is the manner in which he leaves office. Because if we are to have orderly success, orderly transition, orderly change of power from gun rule to people rule, if we are to have an orderly transition, then he could be helpful. And that is, I think, the miracle that the senior counsel Oliveri was talking about, a soul that may become Paul and say, I have created enough problems, at least let the transition go on peacefully. And in that negotiation, for me, and I believe the people of Uganda, there can come quite a bit of forgiving. A lot of the crimes and atrocities that they have occasioned on the country. We can be willing to say, since you have not insisted on staying until more blood spills and so on, we are ready to discuss your freedom after office, and that you can live peacefully in or among your cows. That can be discussed. And I think that is, if he was that inclined, is a dialogue the country should welcome. In Kenya, President Moi allowed the country to have a transition. And the country in turn allowed him to have a peaceful retirement. The people were very, very bitter in Kenya, I can tell you. In fact, on the handover, after the election of the new leader, President Kibaki, Moi was stunned as he left the handover ceremony because people were very, very bitter with him. But because the thing had gone smoothly, they were forgiving, and he went to his Kabarak home and stayed until he died in peace. And Kenya moved on. So that is the only dialogue that we can have. Not a dialogue on constitutional reforms or what reforms, no. That will not be useful. And that's why I did not certainly agree with my brother Norbert Mao's assertion that he's going into the NRM would yield anything. In fact, it would do the opposite. And it has created some confusion in his constituents in Gulu and all those kinds of things. So that is the only dialogue that I see. The leader of our struggle, that should not preoccupy us, you know? And you see, it nonetheless has been one of the critical factors why our struggle has not gone very far. Because we see each other's rivals. And we look at whatever we are doing in how we shall reap from whatever success we may achieve. And that, you know, it's like people who fought over, they said we should now do business. Let's go and buy some, let's buy an egg and incubate it. If it gets a chick, that chick will produce more eggs and we shall share in all of this. And people started fighting over how they will share once the chick hatches, even before they bought the egg. And there is a lot of that, people looking at how they will reap in whatever dispensation is won. And that is why, actually, some of you may have heard me recently say, and I mean every word that I said, that I, Kiza Besigye, will not seek nor accept any office in any new government that comes out of our struggle. I will not. I will not seek to be a beneficiary in an office. Or why? Because the biggest problem that the country has is not servants. The biggest problem that we have is not having the owners. The reason, indeed, there is a lot of struggle for offices is because that's where power is. Not in the population. That's why the population is actually paid. The population is the servant of those who are in office. And the revolution we seek to have in this country is for the people to become the masters and those in offices to be their servants. You heard Mr. Museveni say, I am not a servant of anybody. And he was right because he is the master. We want those in leadership to be servants. And so those who aspire to remain masters in our country should be in the population, ensuring that the servants do our will. And that's where the deficit is. The deficit is on the demand, not on the supply side. The deficit is in the population being weak. And I have made a conscious decision that I will not seek to be a servant. I will continue to seek to be and to strengthen the masters of our country. Now, having said that, I consider that we should not have any difficulty whatsoever, and we should not be delayed in having a leader for our struggle. We did not have a problem being convened here. There was a leader who was here. So has it stopped all of us coming and talking? No. So why should anybody who convenes us be a problem? Especially convening us to go to a struggle. Why should it be a problem? So, let anybody who can lead us step forward, lead us to struggle. The only problem will come from what the Honorable Gilbert Olanya was saying. Choosing candidates. Because then you are choosing rivals for competition to offices. This is not what we are looking at today. And it is because we confuse the struggle with elections that we are in the place where we are today. I thought I was very clear that we shall have free and fair elections after having a democratic constitution, building democratic institutions arising out of a democratic constitution. And of course, a democratic constitution comes after people regain their power. They make their constitution, they put their institutions, and those institutions can then organize elections. If you are planning to look for a sole candidate to go to the 2026 elections, I am not with you. I will not be party to be considered for those kinds of things. I don't think that 2026 in itself, organized under what we have been discussing, will ever cause Ugandans to be free. And the sooner we really unite over that, the better for this country. To tell all those who are organizing all these fake things that we shall not allow you to organize these fake things. And by the way, when we talk like that, some people say we want to boycott elections. No. We should simply invite the whole country not to allow any other person to organize fake elections here. And if we lead the country to say no organizing a fake elections here, no election will take place. You were asking what kind of actions can we take? You see, the most important actions are not even actions of that, confrontation with those who are holding this country. Non-cooperation. If we don't cooperate with those who have power, their power is gone. Just non-cooperation. And the people can be organized, and that's why organization is critical. We can organize the people not to cooperate with whoever is dominating them. And, if, you've been hearing of countries which have organized, it won't come by itself. You must organize from the grassroots. So that if tomorrow we say, for example, and I have been giving this as an easy example to give, but there are many ways of non-cooperation. If we said from tomorrow, no food comes to the market, no firewood comes to the market, no charcoal comes to the market. You've been fighting over the charcoal people in Acholi. Who would do it? If ordinary people in the village, if they see you with a bunch of matoke on your bicycle, they say, hey, didn't you hear? You wait until they tell us something else. All those with guns, once they see the organization and determination of the country, nobody has gone to the street. They themselves will capture whoever is capturing the country. Say, we have solved the problem. The problem, we now know it. We have solved it. So what do we do? The soldiers themselves, whom Mr. Museveni calls his, they will capture him themselves if the population shows their determination. And they will say, now we have solved this. Wherever there has been a transition, soldiers have mutinied. They have rejected the orders of their commanders because they see the population is now strong and ready to be their commanders. They will reject the orders of the fake commander. And then they will say, now the population, what do we do? And the power has already changed. We say, okay, now you have solved the bit of the problem. Go back to the barracks. We shall tell you what more to do. And they are now saluting you, the civilian who has never held a gun, because you have taken over their command. And that is the transition we are talking about, which must happen sooner or later. But it will not happen unless we organize from the grassroots to empower our people to say enough is enough. And I think that's where we go. So elections are a matter that we should have possibly another engagement on. If we are to participate in an election, how do we participate in an election under this obtaining situation? That's an engagement I think maybe the leader of opposition can facilitate, and we have a discussion about that. How can an election itself help in liberating the country, because it will not be helping you to get power by itself. But possibly it could help you to liberate the power, to be used to liberate the power. But in that case, how do we engage in it if we are to engage in it? We can have that conversation. Now, so the formal informal engagement, I don't think should arise. I think there should be one engagement, whether by formal structures or informal structures. The engagement should be one, liberation, focused on liberation. And the activities done by the formal organizations and those done by the informal organizations can differ. For example, what you do in parliament to support the liberation struggle can differ from what me, who is outside, can do from outside to support the liberation struggle. But the objective must simply be one, and there needs to be coordination. So they are just fronts. That you are on that front, I'm on this front, the other one is on that front, but we are coordinated to get the same objective. And what you do are coordinated. But the objective should be one, liberation. Not that one is diplomatic, the other one is not diplomatic. The objective is one. I think I've already responded to the single candidate that was raised. The use of guns, I thought I was very clear that it's really not a viable option for democratization. It's a viable option for changing government, no doubt. We can bomb Museveni out of power. The question is whether those bombs will engender a democratic dispensation. They won't. But they can cause a change of government. What we are pursuing is not just a change of government. It's a change of power from a few people to the whole population. And that's why the whole population must be involved in that struggle. Because nobody gets power to give to others. They must seek it themselves. And once organized, it is very, very easy for them to do so. And there is a unique opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is my last remark. There is a unique opportunity today for change by the population actually to happen. Why? Because today, regardless of who you are, whether you are pro-NRM or not, everybody is on the wall because of the economic failure. Everybody is on the wall. If you talk school fees and look for how many people, supporters or even leaders in NRM are failing to take their children to school, there are tons and tons. People who are affected by this collapse in the healthcare, tons and tons, all over. The roads, the collapsed roads and infrastructure. You know, the people in Masaka, whom they were saying are now in the Republic of Masaka, and they are grasshoppers. They, you know, they are not just people that were called opposition. Whether you were opposition or not, you are affected. Look at Lukaya. Lukaya is a ghost town. I don't know what the chairman, NRM chairman of Lukaya is saying, you know, but it's a ghost town. The local governments all over the country, I think more than 90% of local governments are under NRM. Local governments, the district chairs and the councils, they are under NRM. They themselves will lead this revolution. the local governments, because they are bankrupt and have been for a long, long time. The other day I met an LC3 in Mitiana, somewhere in Mitiana, who said the other budget they had got 87 for LC3, 87 million, and his LC3 has 31 parishes. They had got 87 million. It had now been cut to 15 to look after 31 parishes for a year. So all these local governments are waiting for your mobilization to get a new dispensation in which the whole country can share equally. Because they also see, they know what I was talking about, that Museveni is going to have 130 billion to start with as warm-up for his state house, while they are starving and their children cannot go to school. So there is a unique opportunity now. This is why if we organize it quickly now, we can get results quickly. For the first time, those who have been supporting Museveni, the foreigners, and now he's pretending to be the champion against foreigners, when he has been besat by those same people, funded and so on. Now, the foreigners are also asking second questions. And that's why there is all this manipulation about homosexuality, which everybody seems to be consumed in. It's diversion. It's now Museveni is the champion of anti-homosexuality. Why, if he is a champion of anti-homosexuality, his government has never brought the anti-homosexuality bill in parliament? Never. He's a champion of other people's, of Basariwa's bill. He has been in government for 40 years. Why hasn't he ever brought a bill himself for him to be a champion of homosexuality? So it's only private members' bills that have been debated in parliament. But now he becomes the champion. And we help him to fight foreigners who have now abandoned him. We must be tactical in how we approach struggles, because struggles are not only domestic, they also have geopolitics in them. We must be strategic in how we champion our struggles. So, ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity that lies in the country today, from their economic collapse, from even mismanagement of the security institutions. Security institutions are not happy. They cannot be happy seeing a four-star general violate their own laws with impunity, which is what General Muhoozi is doing. Disciplined forces are held together by discipline. We now have a situation where the topmost officer of the force is the one with impunity violating the law. The other soldiers and officers of the force are not happy about that. That's an opportunity. So let's grab the opportunity that is before us and cause the changes that our country so desperately needs and deserves. I thank you very much. I hope the conversation will continue.
Thank you very much, Colonel Kiza Besigye, and definitely the conversation will continue even outside of this retreat to the public, and I am sure the leader of the opposition has heard about the conversation on how to take part in elections under the circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for tea. After that, Patrick Kamara is going to moderate a panel discussion. We continue? Okay, the law suggests that we do a working tea, and then the discussion will continue with the panel discussion. It's going to be moderated by Patrick Kamara. May I welcome him now?
Constitutional and electoral reforms is what we've been talking about. But I've been thinking we may not be having the best constitution in Uganda. We may not have even the best electoral laws. But if only we just respected our laws, if only we just respected the constitution that we have, maybe that alone could have caused some kind of a difference. That we have not even done. We are thinking of making another, maybe constitution, reforming our laws. Yet what we have in our books, if only we followed them, that alone could have created a difference. If the constitution that was promulgated in 1995 has not been, if I may use Council Walubiri's words, mutilated beyond recognition, how are you sure if we make another, it's going to be respected? So there's lack of rule of law and constitutionalism. I want to agree the giant in the room is awaken the people. May I at this juncture invite the following people to come up here. The Honorable Michael Mabike. Is Honorable Michael Mabike, please, let's welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you so much. The Honorable Major General Mujisha Muntu. The Honorable Winnie Kiza. Dr. Sarah Virete. And let me also invite the Honorable John Baptist Nambeshe to come and give his submission here. And after that, we go into a plenary discussion and then a panel discussion and then a plenary. Let us welcome the Honorable John Nambeshe with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Our distinguished guests, we receive you with open hands. I know the first presenters, the two giants, have set the bar very, very high. And mine is merely to re-echo and amplify the clarion call that they have made. And that clarion call is about unity of us forces of change. It is common knowledge that forces of change are stronger when they are united. And indeed, as forces of change, we ought to know that we have a shared responsibility. We have a shared vision, shared dreams, aspirations, and a destiny. What is baffling and disgusting at once is when we leaders in the forces of change are extremely long at preaching unity, but again, extremely very short at walking the talk. That to us should be the highest dishonesty, the highest level of dishonesty. Because we should not be seen to be preaching water, but drinking wine. I want to salute the first speakers, especially when they bring the encouragement. It is optimism that we need rather than pessimism. Optimism will come with the showing of hope for the future of forces of change. And the future members is not some place we are going to, some prepared place somewhere. No, far from it. The future is what we should create ourselves as forces of change. And that one is paramount. Back to, I'm going to be very brief, to the fundamental question of the need for an independent electoral commission. In Uganda, it is common knowledge that the head of state has exclusive authority to determine the membership of the electoral commission. He chooses, appoints, and disappoints commissioners of that body, constitutional body. I would concur with the Council Warubiri, especially when he mentions countries like Nigeria, Zambia, and a number of them in Africa, which he mentioned, where presidents have a hand in the appointment of members of the commission. But where I would be on odds with him is unlike Uganda. I've scanned through these countries' electoral commissions. The one of Uganda, the head of state, has exclusive powers. It actually excludes participation of others. And this contrasts unfavorably to the electoral commissions of countries like South Africa, where members of opposition parties are allowed to nominate candidates for the commission. I think I would go to the neighborhood, Kenya, where in Kenya, credible candidates for the commission are selected by state and non-state entities. Entities like the Parliamentary Commission, the opposition parties, liaison committee. I think that one nominates 3. There is Public Service, the Judicial Service Commission, the Kenya Law Society. All those are the various state and non-state entities that participate in nominating membership for the commission. Incidentally, approval by parliament for these countries, even those mentioned by Council Warubiri, by parliament is by a similar appointments committee like the one we have in our parliament. The only difference is that our committee, deliberations, and the eventual approvals are closed. They are not open to the public. Even where a rule like a Rule 170, which requires that a report has to be submitted of the Committee of Appointments, our rules of procedure provide the Rule 170 that the chair of that appointments committee, and by virtue of that office, the chair is the speaker. Until recently, the deputy speaker would not deputize the speaker, but amendments were made. And now deputy speaker can also chair even the commission, the top organ of parliament. The deputy speaker would not. But in this report, which the chair is supposed to bring to parliament, the speaker is only supposed to report about the appointments that have been approved by the committee. But if you read it, it says the speaker shall not subject that report to debate. That in itself makes it very different and plays into the hands of the powers that be. You know, in Uganda, most of these institutions, as we say, they are under capture. Look at parliament. The leadership of parliament, year in, year out, or term in, term out, is always determined by the powers that be. And so any crucial decision is to be made, must dance to the tune of the appointing authority. That's why you realize that here in Uganda, the Electoral Commission is exclusively composed and appointed by the head of state. However, the question should be, which should flood our mind, is don't you find it ironic for the person of the president to be a participant in an election which has been organized by his appointee? The appointee in the first case is conflicted because where his selfish interest is at stake is to ensure that his appointer does not lose. Or if the opponent of the appointer won, then it would mean that his appointer plus the Electoral Commission, the commissioners themselves, would lose their official position. So they would work around the clock, tooth and nail, to ensure that the appointing authority always wins. I would love to conclude because the likes of Dr. Kano Kizabesije has brought to bear the benefit of his bitter experiences he has gone through with the regime on these deliberations, and it has enriched the discourse. You remember cases which were taken, those presidential election petitions in 2016, 2011, and the one much earlier in 2006 were courtesy of him. And the Supreme Court rulings in both found out that there was non-compliance with the provisions of the Constitution of 1995 as amended, with the Presidential Elections Act, the 2005 as amended, with the Electoral Commission Act 2005 as amended. And in addition to all this, you know, we have a forest of legal and regulatory framework that are for the conduct of elections in Uganda. Because besides what I've mentioned, we also have the Political Parties and Organizations Act. We have the Electronic Media Act. We have the Press and Journalist Act. Now, all these, including other commitments internationally and regionally, the agreements we have signed and ratified and agreed to related to conduct of a free and a fair election were found to have been, the elections were found to have been non-compliant with those provisions. So the law in Uganda, constitutionalism and the rule of law have been completely raped. So we continue with the lack of a level playing field, the lack of freedom and fairness in our campaigns and elections. And that floods our mind with serious questions on the options to take. Since an election is not an event, it is a process. Even the electoral process is soft, is messed up at inception. You know, the Electoral Commission is allocated with a huge sum of money to conduct and implement voter educational programs. But you see in Uganda, this does not happen. I think it has an ulterior motive to keep the populace ignorant at the benefit of the powers that be. I will end by strengthening the point or solidifying the point that was mentioned by Dr. Kiza Besigye about leadership of the struggle. Any struggle must have leadership. Just as the head with so many parts of the body is the command center. Without the head, however useful the body parts may be, without the command center, that body will be useless. So these forces of change, in the unity we are preaching, we need leadership, and the software of leadership is integrity, leadership that has integrity. With those few remarks, I beg to rest my case.
Thank you very much, the Honorable John Baptist Nambeshe. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we're going to run. I'm going to give the panelists 5 minutes each to make their submissions. And after that, we shall have a plenary where you engage them in a question and answer session. And each one of them is free to speak their mind. But if you disagree with them, that's very okay, because that's the nature of the debate. But I'll just beg you to disagree with respect. And I would want to begin with Dr. Sarah Birete on my extreme left, because she works with the Center for Constitutional Governance. We've been listening to different speakers since yesterday, and they're all telling us the need for electoral and constitutional reform. We already have the constitution, Dr. Birete. We already have electoral laws. The problem that even the little that we have that we may think is not good enough has not been followed or respected. What guarantees do we have that if we have these reforms, that the leaders and those in charge will actually respect them? I'm asking this because this is within your doctorate as Center for Constitutional Governance. There's no rule of law, there's no constitutionalism, and yet we want to reform. Does it make sense?
Thank you very much, Patrick, and good morning, distinguished ladies. It's good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. You can only build the culture for constitutionalism as a country if you have the 3 principles. One is independent and sufficient institutions to protect the fundamental rights of the people and hold every person to account. The second element is active citizenry. We've been talking about the people. Once the people do not know their rights and responsibilities and are not well informed to demand for democratic leadership as well as hold their leaders accountable, then there is no way you can build that culture of constitutionalism. And the third element is rule of law. Is everybody treated equal under the law? Is everybody acting in accordance with the law? So the challenge we've had in this country is that the three elements that would enable us nurture a culture of constitutionalism that do not exist. And that's why we are talking of, the leader taking over all the power of the constitution, of the institutions of governance, and the current state capture that we are in. So as we work to build the culture of constitutionalism, as we work to demand for free and fair, credible elections, we need to move with the people. Are the people informed? Are they aware? Do they know what they are entitled to? Once we move with the people, then we build institutions. Because I share the view that we have total institutional collapse in this country, including parliament, including judiciary, including civic organizations, a place where I work. We are under siege. And we all know what has happened to shrink the civic and political space in this country. Then once you establish the two, everybody will operate in accordance with the law, and you will have competent judiciary, competent institutions to uphold, to hold everybody to account in accordance with the laws of the land. I submit.
Thank you very much. Let me come to you, Honorable Michael Mabike. You know, when we listen to Professor Mwambutsi and Devesa, we listen to Professor Sempebwa and many other speakers yesterday. Everybody's talking about electoral reforms, constitutional reform. But this morning, when we listen to Council Peter Walubiri and Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye, he somehow moved us to a different direction that everybody is appreciating. And that is awakening the giants, the people of Uganda, to understand their rights and their responsibilities and ask for better. How, if you subscribe to that idea, really, how can that be achieved so that work can become easier?
Thank you, Patrick. And now, first of all, I would like to thank the leader of opposition for convening us. I know that there have been very powerful submissions this morning by Dr. Besigye. And I also heard the powerful submission of Mr. Robert Chagulanyi yesterday. But I would like to say that for Dr. Besigye, we have had these beautiful speeches for the last 21 years. We have also had very beautiful slogans coming from Mr. Chagulanyi in the last election. But we did not make headway. Yes, I agree. Somebody say that we can save electoral reforms for as a topic for the future. But when you hear all the submissions of our Professor Sempebwa, Dr. Besigye, Mr. Chagulanyi, and what seems to be coming out is that yes, these speeches, these slogans, electoral reforms, but we are not making headway. That therefore means that there is something that we are not doing right, that we must actually correct. And in my view, in my submission, I believe that a political and military contest, any political or military contest, is won by that one who has a superior leadership. It is won by the side which has a superior organization. A contest is won by the side which has a superior strategy. A contest is won by a person or a side that has superior tactics. We are not short of ideas. We are not short of people who can speak and move mountains. But we seem to be short of the basics. So first, I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen and honorable members, we must answer the basics first. When you go to the population today, there's a total outcry. The population of Uganda does not believe that we, the opposition, are doing the right thing. The population of Uganda does not believe today that we in opposition are on the right track. There is a vacuum in leadership. The population believes we have no direction. So the first thing we must do, and in answer to your question, is to offer direction. And direction is offered by leadership. We must have consensus. And that's why I don't agree with Dr. Besigye that anybody can lead. I don't agree with Dr. Besigye. Mr. Museveni led his group to the bush. He offered leadership. And up to now, he's offering leadership in doing damage to Uganda. So first thing we should do is to get an agreed leadership. Let us feel the vacuum. There's a vacuum in leadership. Let us feel that vacuum. First. Secondly, once the a leader can be one, we can agree on one leader, we can agree on a team. But the whole point is that we must offer direction. If we don't have direction, all this that we are discussing will all end in tears, as there has always been. Once we have that leadership or a team, then that team is going to regroup us, the entire opposition. Today, like it or not, the reality is that the opposition is disjointed, the opposition is scattered. You must regroup to be able to do anything meaningful. And you can only be regrouped by a leadership, by somebody offering direction. Then once you regroup these scattered forces, the next aspect you are going to have to agree is on a strategy, on a trajectory. Dr. Otunu calls it trajectory. You must agree on a trajectory. A trajectory is just a path of the set of actions, of the kind of things that you must do to get from where you are to the next step. And I want to believe that electoral reforms are not in themselves useless. They can be part of our strategy. They can be part of our tactics. Not everything is completely useful. No, we cannot save everything for the next. No. There are certain things, for instance, there are some reforms we need now. And I would like to highlight one or two before Patrick ends. For instance, today, go and read the Political Organizations Act. Look, read section 17 of that act. It allows, it agrees that we can ally, parties can ally. But when parties ally, that is where it ends. You cannot have a common symbol. Section 18 provides that parties can even merge. But when parties merge, their registration lapses. It means that when no FDC, SDP, and whatever merge, then their registration lapses, and you've got to arrange a new registration altogether. That's not in Kenya. In Kenya, why they have governing alliances now is that their electoral laws, the Political Parties and Organization Act provides that these parties can actually merge. They can have one common symbol. they can present one common platform. Museveni wants us divided. And that's why he still has such sections in a statute like Political Parties and Organizations Act. Now, we can reform that. We can have that one reformed to advance. Electoral reforms today are important only if they can advance our strategy and our trajectory.
You've made your point.
I want to thank you.
Round of applause to Honorable Michael Mabike. You know, he has brought in an idea that we need leadership, that you need leadership. And yet others were saying earlier that that's not the issue. Let me go back to the biblical analogy. When the children of Israel were suffering in Egypt, God sent a Moses with a specific assignment to tell the Pharaoh, let my people go, or let my people be free. He did his part until there was a Joshua to conclude the whole assignment. Retired Major General Mugisha Muntu, do you think there has been people who have done the role of Moses and it's their time now to hand over to a Joshua, and we need to get a Joshua? And who that Joshua would be?
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I think before we go into the issue of leadership, we need to scan the terrain and ask ourselves the mood in which we are, the state of mind from which we're operating. And I get a sense that that's maybe one thing we need to address specifically and consciously. I think the long struggle to remove the dictatorship seems to be having a toll on us, the side that we want to see change happen. General Museveni is a very crafty operator. I think using different methods, he's been trying to shape perceptions in the country, and frighteningly so, it seems that some of the methods he's been using have started having an impact. You bump into so many people who think that there's nothing that is possible anymore. And therefore, you find that the tendency now is that more and more people are choosing to lay back and do other things because they think that the struggle to change this regime is an impossible task. Armies which win wars, it's not weapons that win wars. It's the psychology of the officers and men who are fighting the war. They must first believe that they are going to win the war. They must also be well trained. And they must have good strategies and tactics applied to execute those strategies. But the mindset is a very, very critical factor. And I think we need to dwell a lot on that. To work day and night, 24/7, to rejuvenate those who may have already lost hope, strengthen those who may have started feeling weak, and reorganize. On whatever fronts we intend to fight from, there's no way we can achieve victory unless we re-embolden people to know that what we are seeing, the facade that General Museveni has built, that he is impossible, he's going nowhere, and just simply give up, get on the gravy train, and we just keep moving. Because that's, I think, what is happening right now. There's even propaganda going all over the place. People being told, you know what, if you don't get on the gravy train, you're going to remain out there in the cold. And that's what we need to fight. As we fight to re-embolden people, to redirect effort, and we create hope in those who've been fighting on all these fronts for a long time. And also as we recruit more and more people, because there are many people who are really so frustrated, including those who are in the regime, on the side of the regime. So if we rebuild that spirit to keep fighting and know that it is possible, change can happen. Then we now go on the issue of how do we do that. And that's why you have to also recognize that people are inclined differently. And I've seen this weakness for those of us who've been in this struggle and fighting on different fronts. We have to resolve the question of human beings are inclined differently. And there can be, and actually there should be, different fronts, even when the struggle is one. One struggle, different fronts. So those who are in parliament, much as you may not have numbers, that you have to use parliament as a front to fight, because parliament is not useless in as far as I'm concerned. Once you are well coordinated, once you are focused, once you are disciplined, you can rebuild hope in this country. You can use the parliamentary front to put, bring out all that needs to be exposed. Use it as a platform to create hope in the population, much as you don't have the numbers to shift things out there. But operate in a manner where the population recognizes that, yes, there's a team fighting on the parliamentary front. They are doing their best that they can. They are coordinated. They are focused. And therefore, that becomes part of rebuilding hope in the population. You can also use parliament as a platform for diplomatic efforts, engaging embassies, giving them briefs. So don't give up because you are few in number. No, you're gonna need discipline and focus, and also offer leadership in regard to the manner in which you articulate whatever issues you're articulating and the manner in which you keep on exposing the regime. And also doing work on the ground, influencing people out there 24/7. You have to do that 24/7. We cannot afford what happened a while back. Because when you're going to win a war, whatever ground you capture, you consolidate it and then you expand. We have had a problem in the past that we relaxed, I think, and then we were taken really completely off guard, that the areas that were captured as opposition were recaptured from us. You have to work the ground so that right now, any area that is under the control of the opposition, it is consolidated as we work to expand. That's another front. 3, there are those who are inclined and they can go in civil disobedience. It's legitimate, it's legal. It has got its own difficulties, and therefore those who are going to lead on that front must work 24/7 to prepare those who would be going on that front psychologically, because the terrain out there is really very, very tough to operate in. They must prepare. There are a number of things that I can't go into from a technical perspective that need to be done by those who are going to operate on that front. As they prepare, they must also recognize that not everybody is inclined to go on the streets. There are others who can do other things. So one thing we need to avoid, as people fight on different fronts, that we completely avoid what we fell into in the past. That people quarrel, abuse each other, they undermine each other because this one is on this front, another one is a different front. You cannot win a war like that. In the army, there are those who are trained in artillery. There are those who are trained in logistics. There are those who are trained for medical services. There are infantrymen. There are those who gather intelligence. There are those who are in field engineering. All of them play different roles, but all of them are coordinated. If a soldier does not eat, if there are no cooks to cook food for the soldier, you will not win a war. Even if you have got officers and men trained, even if they have got the best of weapons, you will lose that war. So you cannot blame someone who is in artillery, because the artillery, someone is firing a gun 50 kilometers away. Because you have got an AK-47 on the battlefield, you are the one facing direct fire. If you are going to call the artilleryman a coward because he's 50 kilometers back, let me tell you, if you are an infantryman, you are advancing and don't have artillery fire, they are going to tear you to smithereens. Then you don't understand war. The infantryman must respect the artilleryman. The artilleryman must respect the medical, because if a soldier is wounded and there's no evacuation and there's no treatment, you lose that war. Because any other soldier who is still alive is not wounded, if they think that they will not be evacuated, that they will not be treated, everybody's morale will break down. You need to understand these things. Fighting is not emotion. In politics, we are too emotional. In war, there is no emotion. If you don't have a good strategy, if you don't have good tactics that you're going to apply, you'll be whipped. We are leaders. We must understand the terrain we're operating in is a very complicated terrain. What Honorable Nambori was proposing is definitely a good thing. There are things that are not going to be resolved in this workshop. So the leaders have to meet and discuss these issues, learn from mistakes we've made in the past, as we chart a new way forward. And once we agree on how to conduct all these, coordinate effort and rejuvenate hope, then the situation is in our favor. The situation has always been in our favor. But we must learn from mistakes. We must go on a recovery process. Many people are breaking down. The regime has been operating in a very crafty way to make people think that for you to survive, you must make money. And the only way you can make money is come on the gravy train. You can make money even after liquidating this regime, and conditions are created where people can make money legitimately. That's a battle to be fought. And therefore, Lop, as you conduct more of these meetings, as you engage formally, informally, my advice is that I think that's what needs to be done. There needs to be coordinated of mind as we coordinate effort. There's no effort which is going to succeed unless there's coordination of mind. We have always had a problem in the past. The artilleryman is being blamed by the guy, you know, on the aviation support. There has to be coordination. Not everybody is going to fight on one front. Not everybody is going to fight on one front. People are inclined differently. And different fronts are necessary to be combined. As long as there's coordination and effort, then the war can be won. Okay. That's just my contribution to that.
A round of applause to General Muntu. I think he's talking about coordination, using different talents and strength to come together so that you can reach a desired goal. When I listen to Council Alubiri in the morning, it appears there's an element of procrastination that is coming in. His conclusion, he said that, you know what, there are those who are thinking maybe there's going to be a Damascus turnaround where a soul becomes Paul. There are those who are saying, okay, we're going to wait it out. And there are those who are purely waiting for a divine intervention. Honorable Winnie Kiza, I don't know what is the hope that you're going to pick in a workshop like this, that can empower the people to know their rights. And when I'm talking about knowing their rights, I'm remembering the region where you come from, where people's rights have been violated, including a right to life. How do you move forward? What hope do you carry from here to reinvigorate your energy?
Thank you so much, moderator. The leader of opposition, I would like to thank you for bringing us here together. And colleagues, I want to thank you for coming in these big numbers for this workshop. Is so critical and so important to the future of this nation, to the future of the next generation. And going back to the question that the moderator has asked, which hope do you go with? The hope I go with comes from the words of Henry Ford, that getting together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. And working together is success. So to me, I know that if we continue gathering like we have gathered, put our minds together, make a decision to work together, then we shall give hope to the population that is out there. Many times it's our disunity as agents of change that has kept the population disillusioned. I enjoyed the conversation that Dr. Kizza Besigye put forward, that we the prisoners are also fighting even in our own prison. We go to the population when we are disjointed. If you find the artilleries that we hire at each other as members of the opposition, it's like we have arrived. Very unnecessary and very destructive. If the people out there get to understand that we in the opposition are getting together and are beginning to talk, I can tell you that even if they said we need rise up and command these people, the population will follow. But when they see Winnie coming and I say rise up, another person comes from another direction and says rise up, another one comes from another direction and says rise up, they get confused. And in the process, they sit back. That is the reason there must be someone identified to lead the children of Israel to the promised land. And this is within us. We have the power, we have the potential, we have the capability of getting this person around whom we can all unite and cause the changes that we need. And so for me, I've never lost hope. I know that one day we shall get to where we want to go. We might be in the desert, just like the children of Israel, but for sure, we shall get there. While we really talked about the 40 years, I know we are remaining with a few years. To get to the 40 years that the children of Israel spent in the wilderness, I look at this as a period of us being in the wilderness. We only need to come together and look for a leader amongst ourselves that we think can be a uniting force for all of us, in blue, in purple, in red, in green, in white, and we say enough is enough. We call upon the population. I know that there are men and women in the NRM who would have loved to throw in the towel, but they don't know where to go. So my call to all of us who are here is that let's unite. Let's unite and refocus our energies on the elephant in the room. We are fighting the rats and the tortoises, but we are forgetting that the elephant is stepping on all of us. Whether we take the electoral route or we choose to take the violent route, or we choose to combine both elections and civil disobedience, the most important tool that is within our means and within our reach, and very cheap, by the way, to acquire, is our unity. So, LOP, as you continue to prepare many of such conversations, work towards rebuilding our moral fabric, yes, many people are castigating Parliament. Parliament has always been on the spotlight. But the few members of the opposition that we have here can stand up to redeem this image. You can reposition the opposition in such a way that the population will regain the confidence of the opposition in Parliament. And this can be the beginning. Let us reposition ourselves in the eyes of the population that we are for them, and that we have not reached that moment of losing their confidence. Their trust is still in you. You have their mandate. You have their power. But it's like you have all given up. I've talked to many colleagues in Parliament. You find even members of Parliament have just thrown their arms and said, we don't know what to do. We don't know what has become of this Parliament. You still have the time to reorganize and put your energies together to get us to where we want to go. We are ready to follow you because you are our leaders now. And we know that in any struggle, nobody will just fight from wherever they fight. Any struggle must be guided, any struggle must be streamlined, and any struggle must have that leader of the struggle. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that amongst us here and outside there in the entire country of Uganda, we have those men and women around whom we can coalesce to ensure that our struggle goes to where we want to go. As for me, I'm still hopeful that one day we shall see that better Uganda. And indeed, it's very important to prepare ourselves for that good Uganda that we are dreaming about by putting the necessary legislations that will guide those who will come into leadership at that time. It's very important and very necessary. We may leave the laws as they come, and we keep hoping that the next people who will take up leadership will be as sane as we think. By the time the Constitution was made in 1995, many people just looked at the Museveni of then. They did not know that he was nurturing an insatiable appetite to wealth. I don't know whether his appetite for wealth is nurtured or it is being nurtured. That will also be a question for another day.
Thank you.
We need to begin now looking at legislations that will guide the next generation without having a specific figure or a specific person in mind. And those who make laws tell us that a good law must be blind, and a good law must stand the test of time. So as we talk about the legislations, the reforms, many reforms have been proposed before. Yes, speaker after speaker has talked about the Citizens' Compact on free and fair elections. Can we resurrect that so that we continue to see a Uganda that is managed by its people, just like Article 1 of the Constitution provides? Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you.
A bigger round of applause to Honorable Kiza. Thank you very much. I can hear in your voice and your submission the element of hope. The hope of coming together, the hope of working together, the hope of staying together, and the hope of progress. But me, just want to ask, and I'm opening this session to plenary. You are different political parties, you have different ideologies, you are grounded differently. If you unite, you're uniting around what? Just a common purpose of regime change? And because the glue that has put you together seems to be different. But now they are calling about coming together. And yet you are ideologically different. Isn't that in itself a challenge that you have to address? Let me come back to you, the Honorable Betty Namboze Bachireke. Can somebody bring a microphone to run around? And I like the way how the Honorable Betty Namboze talked about, you should have your tactics and strategy. If this was a war, tactic is winning a battle. Strategy is winning the war.
Is this a conference where I'm supposed to address when you're sitting?
If anything, you're one of those honorable who suffered in the parliament during.
By the grace of the Lord, I regained my legs.
Amen.
And their power to move. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to answer the question that you have raised. You have asked us what brings us together. We want to give Uganda a second independence and a new liberation. We want to give Uganda a new start. We appreciate that the consensus that was built by our forefathers in 1962, with all the activities that led them into the 1962 consensus, was broken. We also appreciate that the consensus Ugandan is built that brought us up to the 1995 making of the Constitution was hijacked. And what brings us together today is the realization that we shall not have a country if Ugandans don't stand up now to reclaim their country. Today, Article 1 of the Constitution reads, all power does not belong to the people. We want to write that sentence again and write it again in clear ink that all power belongs to the people. We are not friends, yes. As politicians, we are controversial people. Ours is a game of controversies, and this is not politics. This is about owning a country. We don't want Uganda to become like Somalia. Because if we don't raise up today, if we don't make everybody realize that this is not something to, this is something so big and dear to be left to politicians. If we don't make people like you, Kamala, to believe that you are part of the struggle, Uganda will become a Somalia. So that's where we don't want our country to go, because all of us know that even if I'm dressed in red and another one is dressed in blue and another one is dressed in purple, we don't have business in the setup we have at the moment. So instead of people like you sitting to judge us of how far we have gone, what we are trying to do now is to make you not to sit aside and say, will you be able to do this? But to come along and say, how do we get to do this? Activism, even among journalists, is allowed. Even in the democracies, you see big media houses campaigning for candidates. Why not now? And you see, Dr. Besigye once said that the problem of this country is the elite. The ordinary people in the villages are set. They know it. They are united. The problem is with us at the top. It is with the elite. Do you know why? When people went to vote for voting in the last election, there is no doubt whatsoever that to them, Honorable Chagulanyi Sentamu was their joint candidate. Seeing the trend the people used to vote for no, it was clear the masses had agreed that we are voting for one candidate. So the problem was us, the elite. And it is us now who have set ourselves up today to say that this should come to an end. Lastly, I want to make an appeal. Starting from where Honorable Winnie has left it. Maybe most probably because she was with us until yesterday. That what we need is to reposition the opposition in the parliament and reassure the public that this is a parliament for them. It is high time that people stop throwing that at us. We, the MPs, we are just trying to stand there amidst all challenges. So don't discourage us. You support us, assist us to reposition ourselves, acknowledge our efforts that at the moment MPs are the government in Uganda. If any person wants to know what government is, that person goes to an MP. Acknowledge our efforts instead of discouraging us, and then allow us to be recognized as another platform. So if Honorable Matthias Mpuga is leading the platform at Parliament, it doesn't stop you people to lead another platform from another direction, and then at the end of the day we pull our efforts and achievements together and we shall have it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Honorable Nambozi. But I don't know why you thought I'm fighting you. I am provoking you.
No, I'm not. I'm saying you are not fighting us, but you are not fighting with us.
I wish you knew how we came in here. So, okay. So I'm going to the hands are quite many. Let me begin, maybe conclude with this table here. So we move to another. I'm going to pick about 5 views. If you have a question to one of the panelists, please make it known and make it simple, precise and concise so that we can pick many views. Your name and then go for it. Either a question or a comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm Mayanja Alan from Nakaseke Central. My concern goes to Honorable Mabike. In your presentation, you said that opposition is dismantled, that we don't have a leader. But when I see in Parliament, we have a leader of opposition, Oweekitiibwa Matthias Mpuga. Recently, leaders from the party president, they had United Leaders Force at the document they signed at Hotel Africana. Honorable Mabike, do we need to wait a leader from Hollywood, from Mars? And if I'm to accept your idea, what is the concept of how should we get this leader you are talking about? What's the concept? Because everyone is saying that we need a leader, but the challenge is the definition, the concept.
Okay.
What should be done? Thank you.
You've made your point, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I have been sitting here and listening carefully, and people have made different submissions. I only want to appreciate General Muntu because if we follow what he has just presented only, I am very sure we shall go very far. The mindset is still too bad, especially for the leaders, us in the opposition. We don't look at each other, some of us, as opposition, members of parliament. Some think they are too much of opposition than others, which causes actually problems. So the first thing is we have to change the mindset. How are we going to lead this struggle? The first thing is we must agree that we are on the opposition and we have to get to power. But we cannot get into power when we are disoriented, when we don't know exactly what we are going to do to get there. Secondly is my brother, Mabike, Honorable Mabike, Mike. We used to call him the great leader when we were in UID. Probably people have not understood what he meant by a leader. Any revolution needs that leader. There are many leaders here. We are all leaders, but we need that leader, and we must all unite behind that leader, regardless of his political party or whatever. If we get that one, it will be very easy to actually get what General Muntu is saying. Then we raid together, we move together behind that leader. We shall now reach.
Thank you.
Thank you very
much. Yes.
You want me to share this one with another person?
It is already here.
Thank you very
What about
much.
this one?
As the opposition, we normally come together, try to be one, united when we are approaching general elections. And after the general elections, it stops there. What lessons do we learn out of that?
All right. That's a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara. I am making reference to what General Mugisha Muntu alluded yesterday, but the question comes to you, Mr. Kamara. General Muntu said, we are under deception and manipulation. Mr. Kamara, you made an interview to Mr. Museveni, who told you at 75, nobody has strength and he will not run again. Would you like to go back and interview him again? Thank you.
I've made several attempts for many years now. The door has not been opened for me to go and have that sitting again. And yes, if I'm ever given an opportunity, I'll play for him that very word he said, and then ask whether he has now moved away from it.
Thank you, moderator. I would like, first of all, to thank my papa, General Muntu. He has talked clearly that mindset is key, which I also feel I agree with him, because once we have not educated our people for the change, they will not understand us. They will feel like PDM, name yoga, creation wells is the only way to go. But we need to make them understand that in case we change this government, these are the strategies we have. I must thank Bobby Wine. I must thank Dr. Kizza Besigye and other political parties, because they are trying to open up Ugandans for change. Not like my brother who talked about strategy, and he was trying to say as if Dr. Kizza and other people were not going the right way. What has he put in plan in order to change Uganda?
Who is that?
Honorable
Mike.
Yes.
Okay.
So that
Thank
is
you
what
very
I want him to,
Yes.
and which direction is he taking us?
You have made your point, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I want to go to the other side of the auditorium, because now the other side, I'm going to pick only three more in the interest of time. Before you speak, let me recognize that we have an elder in this auditorium, which Chief Israel Mayengo is with us, whether was a founder member of UPM, which Chief is a former NRSC member, is a former minister in the office of the Katikiro. Thank you so much, our elder, for being there. And if you don't put your hand up, I will prompt you to speak, with all respect. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kamara, and I want to thank the panelists. My name is Lucy Akelo, District Woman Representative Amoro. I want to start by saying that I am a product of a joint opposition campaign. And I proudly say so because as a result, I am in Parliament and I have maintained this. And this is to say that it is actually possible. If we are united, we can actually achieve what we want. I want to thank General Muntu for what he has said, the mindset, and consolidating our achievement. The biggest problem we have, we were very comfortable with the achievements we had. For example, Acholi was known for being opposition. We relaxed. And what happened? NRM took over. Actually, in the whole of Acholi, I think the only district that maintained their 100% is only Amoro. And they kept asking themselves, how did this happen? But I must tell you, it wasn't also easy for us in Amoro. Because as members of parliament who are here.
Let me, if you can pause. Who is the president of the Democratic Party? And where does he come from and where is he? Who is the president of Uganda People's Congress? He was here and the family is divided. What would the people do if their leaders, if the leaders behave like that? With all respect.
Yes, yes, with due respect, I cannot account for them. But what I can say is the people of Amoro stood firm because as leaders, even when we were campaigning, we went as a team. We went as a team and we maintained ourselves as a team. And that is how we managed to do this. Then for me, finally, the question I have, and I want to give, any of them can answer. Museveni has created a scenario or has intentionally created poverty among our people. And for the struggle to be successful, we need resources. How do we rally the people behind us as we campaign for this change and include the people in our struggle? As we see in other places, even people, collecting money and saying we are ready for this change. You go to campaign, they say, how do you leave us honorable? You must give some money. So how do we do this to make sure that people are actually behind us? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am picking only two views from that side. I've seen also Engineer Richard Sevamala's hand is here. So I may be tempted to come back this side. Let me give you an, okay, doctor, you have a microphone already, so what do I do?
Thank you, sir. Allow me to thank Colonel Chiza Besigye in absence. I know that, and also to appreciate General Muntu. I picked on those two. We have had several speakers, but in the voice of Colonel Chiza Besigye, all of us since yesterday were wondering why we are here. Colonel Chiza Besigye helped us to find our campus again, and we want to appreciate him for that. General Muntu has tried to help us to settle on what we should do. And I want to request those two. You fought with the General Museveni alongside, and you know him very well. But I always get surprised why you decided to become civilians when you are fighting him again. You are trying to use our tactics which don't work. You know what works, you know it very well. I always get surprised, the former army commander, the general, the man who knows this man very well. When he comes and he's talking like Abed, I say, now, what is the problem? We want to request you, General Muntu. This man, you know what can take him, you know the tactics, you know. Yeah, please lead us. Lead us. You are the people that brought the problem. You know how to deal with this problem. But for several years, you come to us, you are talking about rally, you are talking about, those things don't work. We have done those things, they don't work. We want you. I thought I would talk when
Dr. Bwanek, I hope you're not indirectly talking about the use of violence.
No, they
Okay.
know what to do. They know what to do.
Okay.
They know what to do. I only want to encourage them that for us, we are very ready. And I want to close. He has talked about many things, General Muntu. There wasn't arms, but he was talking.
You know, our brother Gilbert, Honorable Gilbert, he was moving around that idea.
And lastly, I want to appreciate the input of Honorable Michael Mabike. There can never be any struggle that is successful without leadership. This question, we are fearing to address it. It is key if we are going to move forward. I heard it also from Honorable Winnie. Very, very important that after this meeting, we get some few people, we sit somewhere, close ourselves in that room and agree on who is going to lead, what group is going to lead, so that we can come out and we are led and we get the struggle go forward.
Dr. Bwaneka, thank you so much. I'm taking the very last person on the other side.
Thank you, Kamara.
Okay, whoever gave you the microphone. Oh, Gilbert, okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, Kamara. I would like to appreciate our panelists. The first one is from Honorable Mabike. It is true, being organized, I'm having a leader is very important. At this time, we need to be frank and straightforward. I know many of us are having fear for unknown. If we talk of fronting in a candidate and getting one of them to lead us, many people become so fearful. I don't know why. Unless we start being straight, we may not move forward. At this time, as a country and as a opposition, it's so paramount to get a leader whereby we can tell Ugandans that all of us, we are rallying behind this particular leader. And we move. What population needs is to see us united and fronting in a single candidate. Wherever we are in our villages, someone who is in the village, they normally blame us by saying, you in opposition, you are divided. Therefore, we shall vote you the Museveni. So at this time, if we need to see change in this country, let us try and we front in the candidate. And we look for a candidate who can be solved. We have other candidates who cannot be solved. So at this time, let us identify. If you are saying, let the president of NUP lead us, for example, we all go behind him and we move as a country. So really, let us not fear and we should start speaking frankly.
Okay.
To General Muntu, I would like to get your opinion on how we can fight greediness of our political leaders. We have ever witnessed in so many occasions, our political leaders are so greedy. When it comes to the general election, each and everyone wants to take the mantle. And we become so divided. We are fronting in so many candidates and we give a leeway to Yoweri Museveni. And finally, President Yoweri Museveni normally creates his own candidates. After seeing that oppositions are won, he gives money to somebody else and he fronts in another candidate purposely for us to be divided. How can we overcome that?
Thank you very much. Where I come from in Toro, there is a saying that what you talk when you are making juice on Sunday is different from what you're going to talk when you're brewing beer. I'm sure you have
Yes.
it in different languages.
Thank you, moderator.
Yes, sir.
I am Usinge Joab, Member of Parliament representing Masindi Municipality. I do appreciate the previous submissions and our panelists, but I have this to say. And in fact, yesterday we were making some consultation among ourselves. I'm happy that what we were talking about has come up in this discussion. That our leaders, our national leaders, have to arrange a honest discussion and come up with how coordinated we can struggle. I also have to say that when you are a leader, one challenge with our leaders, when you are a leader, some people are tempted to think that they become fountain of knowledge, which is not true. For I think a leader is a facilitator of the team. But when I see some pronouncements of our leaders here, I get scared. Somebody comes up with his personal outright philosophy and puts this to the public because there is no mechanism of providing that facilitation in leadership. So we remain somehow skeptical and divided. So I want to appeal to our leaders that please come together, have a honest conversation, and see how you take us forward. That's why you find we are fighting ourselves.
All right.
I want to say, leader of opposition, Right Honorable Masias Impuga. If our leaders cannot organize themselves, can we at parliament level create a platform that forces these leaders to come together until, yes, because we don't want individuals just to impose themselves. We should create a platform that summons these leaders and force them either to constitute a coordination team. The issue is not having one leader for the sake, like what Honorable Anya is saying, that we introduce the leader to the entire population. No, we want a leadership to coordinate the different efforts, not a leadership that we are introducing to the country. That's why some people become skeptical and say, so now when we pick so and so, it means our team will lag behind and so on and so forth. We want a leadership that will coordinate all these efforts.
Thank you very
so
much.
That we have our coordinated approach and strategy. Thank you very much.
I'm taking one view from that side or question, and then I come back here. We're running out of them. Remember, in the beginning, here in the morning, Dr. Besige was telling us the value of respecting time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamala. Mine goes to Madam Sarah Bileke. Madam Sarah has given us the principles of constitutionalism, such as independent institutions, as well as the activeness of the citizens. When one talks of the citizens, we can neglect some people such as we as leaders. That's why you could see many of us members of parliament, we've resorted, instead of doing our duties, we've resorted to buying of ambulances and whatever. Even myself, I was influenced by the electorate to buy a water bowser, which I never expected. When you go to the religious leaders, whenever they meet, let's say, the president, you just hear them talking about being given the vehicles and whatever. So the environment is like that simply because we are dealing with a dictator who is smart in his actions. So don't you think, by the way, even the private sector is also influenced. You find people in the private sector trying to solicit funds so as to assist the dictator. Don't you think that it's time for us to clearly identify capable leaders, people who have the capacity to read the strategy as General Mugisha was saying, and the tricks such that we can overcome the problem instead of looking at our personal interests?
Thank you very much. Let me ask, which Chief Israel Mayengo? He just sitting right behind you there.
Mr. Chairman, thanks so much. I must apologize for bumping in without any invitation, but I thought as a citizen that I could come in unnoticed, uninvited, and if you give me a chance, as you have, say a word or two. Let me talk about 2 points. Looking at this conference, I'm reminded of the Moshi conference. 22 groups, supposedly, met in Moshi in January 1979, and the subject was, how do we get rid of Idi Amin? We noticed that the first most important thing was to join ourselves into one group. Without it, there was no chance of success. As I look at the various groups around here, each one with its particular interest, I'm surprised and I'm disappointed to say probably the chance of winning anything is remote. So that was point number one. Without getting together in one group, there's no chance of success. Second point, I rarely watch TV, but sometimes when I do, I pick up some interesting points. 2 days ago, I watched Yonobo Mtamaguzi on Baba TV. And he said that when the day he will celebrate will be the day President Museveni will get out of office. Yesterday, I listened to a speech by the Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, and he sort of concluded that our biggest problem is President Museveni, and that our duty is to get rid of him. Remember, I'm not in the opposition. Remember, I'm not in the NRA. I'm a founder member. I'm one of the founders of NRA. But if once it went off the lines which we expected it to follow, I stopped being a member. And if I'm not a member of the NRM party, nor am I a member of any of the parties that are around here. What I want to say is this. The problem we have is not President Museveni. Sort of alarming, isn't it? Let me give the historical background a little bit. In 1966, we had a crisis. Was Museveni around? In 1971, we had another one. Was Museveni around? No, he wasn't in it. In 1979, we had a problem to get rid of Idi Amin. The question was, Museveni was one of those who was fighting to get rid of Idi Amin. Between 1981 and 1986, there was a war in which President Museveni participated. The question is, what is our problem? I have said it's not President Museveni. Our problem are the principles which keep him in office for so long, lawfully. In other words,
who changed those principles?
Which are those principles?
And who changed those principles?
Not him alone. The principles are in the Constitution. And in the Constitution, you can do some funny things and you'll just be accepted. Let me give you an example. In 1960, in November, the Americans elected John Kennedy to be the president. A week later, he appointed his brother, Robert Kennedy, to be the Attorney General. He used to have a press conference once a week. In the press conference that followed that week, a journalist asked him, Mr. President, don't you feel funny that you should appoint your brother to be the Attorney General? He gave a ridiculous answer. He said, what's wrong with Bobby Kennedy acting as the Attorney General before he goes out to practice law? The answer is funny, But the question actually behind it is the constitution allowed him to do it. When I came in and I saw what's supposed to be the topic, constitutional and electoral reforms. First of all, if I were the one to form the subject, I would cross out the word electoral, because the constitution says, covers all those. When President Museveni appointed Mao to be the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, I thought he did a great thing. Here was a man who was with the Democratic Party, and we are all complaining about all kinds of things. All the problems that we have had have their roots in the Constitution. And I thought, as a matter of fact, that it's the constitutional reform that you came here to talk about. But since I walked in about half an hour ago, I have listened to 8 remarks. None of them has been directly on the subject. You're talking about persons. It's not that we should not be talking about individuals. We should be talking about the principles. How do we change the constitution in such a way that that constitution should not allow one tribe to dominate the others? How do we change the constitution in such a way that selfishness should not be the overall governor of everybody's life and interests?
Which
How do
in the interest of time, sir?
Sir, in the interest of time.
Yes.
Let me conclude.
Okay, thank you.
We need to craft a constitution that will enable us to live in peace and happiness. And what we are talking about here doesn't sound to be the crafting of a constitution. It sounds to be like talking about individuals who are leaders, who are not leaders, and all that. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Can I have the microphone here? And then last I'll pick one person. I know I have about 20 hands up, but just because of time. This lady had her hand up for the last so many minutes. So is Engineer Richard. Okay, it's many of you. Yes.
Thank you very much. Achom Alobo Joan, Humanem Pisoroti. I want to thank the panelists so much and you for that wonderful presentation. Mine is that we found the panelists as our parents in this same cause, talking and talking and talking in the lamentation. We, the children, have also started the lamentation. We don't want our children to also come and find us lamenting. In this country, to me, we only have about 140-something districts, 46. Why can't we get coordinators? We only need 100 coordinators. In fact, Soroti City, we don't need a coordinator. I am there. I just want to wait for the whistle. General, you're here. We have a general, we have a colonel, and we have many other generals and colonels in opposition. What is not happening that we are not getting the guns? We are ready to hit this fire and start this talk before it's too late. Thank you very much. That is all for me. We are waiting for, and the junta will be able to run without looking behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Nachumuli from Kalangala, the Woman Member of Parliament. I would like to thank the panelists, especially those 2 brave women. I salute you. A lot has been said. I would also want to add my voice that the opposition has been infiltrated. We think we are doing something good for the country, but we have been infiltrated by some people with selfish interests, those who do not want to follow what procedure is. To you, General Mugisha Muntu, I salute you. But my question is, like she said, you're a general, we have a colonel in the opposition. You are all in the same party, looking at removing General Museveni, but you had your disagreement and dispersed. What is your direction for this country? Since you have been a presidential candidate before, he has been a presidential candidate before, you're all opposition, but you have been in the army before, and you're all clamoring to remove Museveni, but you're not doing so. Like Dr. Abedi Bwanika said, you have given us what to do and how to do it. Why have you failed to do it? You, all of you who are here, some of the men and women who were here yesterday and those who are here today were into the activity of walk to work. We thought this was going to take this gentleman. But what happened along the way, some of you were paid off and you ran off. We are young politicians. I naturally joined the opposition thinking I would give a hand, but here we are simply lamenting. What are you promising this country? What are you showing us, the young parliamentarians, to do? Are we also going to keep lamenting and crying for everybody to come and help us? If you guys have failed to lead, you give us the mantle and we take you on. And we lead, we can. We are young and able-bodied. Some have failed because they are old in age. They cannot even chase a duck. Please, lead us. We're tired of lamenting.
You have made your point,
Thank
Honorable.
you.
Thank you very much. Can I have the microphone this side? And then it will come again here. And remember, I have to give the panelists another 2 minutes, each one of them, to make their final submissions.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator. My name is Okupa Elijah, representing the people of Casilo County. First, I want to start by saying, I think in the future when we are organizing meetings of this nature, I don't know what's directly involved with the issues of administration. When our leaders sit, like I saw yesterday, I'd expected to see Honorable Bobby Wine seated together with all the other party leaders on one table. That sends a message out there, because when I went out in the evening, people were asking me, why were you seated like that? Why were all the other party leaders on one side and one party leader is on one table? Are you divided? What's all these things? I think going forward, these small things, they look small, but they send a message out there. Two, I have seen us mixing planning and plotting. There is time for plotting, there is time for planning. And plotting is not done in public. Two, I just want to ask, what do we need to do to create annoyance in the public to help us? Because I see people asking about parliament, opposition, that you people in parliament are failing us. How do we expect the few of us in parliament, Chris, if the public rose like the way they rose on the issue of Mabira, if the public rose up that way, that's the language the president understands, President Museveni understands. Parliament will do its part. You saw what happened to us. Honorable Owini, you know, when we did whatever we did, Honorable Nambose here, we all fell victims. I had expected that to have raised enough noise in the public and stormed the streets. What do you expect members of parliament to do beyond that in that parliament? The constitutional electoral reforms we are talking about here is not the first time. The file you have given us here, without numbers in parliament, because we are talking about democracy, everything passed in parliament is based on the numbers. We shall be wasting our time if we don't increase on the numbers of parliament. Don't expect a magic, don't expect a miracle. Even miracles have a cause to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kupa, and our presenters. I'm Veronica Nanyondo, woman member of parliament, Bukoman Simi District. Honorable Winnie Chiza, thank you so much. I want to assure the presenters from yesterday that the public is already energized. The people are already tired. But we who are looking for change, to bring change, we are confusing the people. For example, I'm Noop, Dr. Lulumi is DP. When I go to Komansimi to sensitize the public today with a different message, tomorrow DP will come with a different message. Next day, FDC is coming with a different message. Can we set as opposition, leaders in opposition, we set a goal, a common goal that we want to achieve this. If we are going to Komansimbi, we go as opposition, not as party leaders with different objectives. Political parties have different objectives, yes, but as opposition, we should also have a common objective to achieve, because leaders are both everywhere. If we have that objective and we move together, I think we can achieve what we want.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you so much.
Wait a minute. It appears my colleague is giving out the microphone before me, so I don't know how I'll do it. But now that you have it, please continue. But next time, sir, look here so that I can direct you where the microphone to go.
Thank you.
It is called chairing.
Thank you, Patrick. A big thanks to our facilitator, Ronald Evans Kanyike is my name. I represent the people of Bukoto East in Masaka. I have a question. It's going to Dr. Sarah Birete. Dr. Sarah Birete talked about the inactive citizen. And here is my question. How can we empower citizen participation in our revolution? Could you please give us some highlights how we can empower the citizens? Then two, it's going to General Mugisha Muntu. General Mugisha Muntu, you said the terrain in which we're operating in as opposition is not leveled. And this has been there since 1986 when General Museveni captured power for this country. So how could we, could you please give us some suggestions how we could operate in such a situation? Because you worked with this man. I'll echo the words of Dr. Abed Wanika. Could you please give us suggestions so that we can brainstorm and see the way forward? Then lastly, to Honorable Michael Mabike, you talked about the virtue of leadership. I don't agree with you. We have able leaders. We have leaders who can lead this revolution. But for me, I will say that leaders here should address their mind to the indiscipline we have with the people who are being led. I think we need to address our mind on that. The indiscipline we have, or the people whom we lead, we should address it, because people will not respect, cooperate, unite when they are indiscipline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard, and then we have a former presidential candidate here in the name of Samuel Mukaku. Is he here? You, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay.
Thank you, Moderator. I would want to propose a round of applause and a clap for Mr. Mpuga. Honorable Mpuga, please, all of us, could we please clap? Because if it wasn't for you, all this would not be aired out. If it wasn't for you, the sentiments and the anger that is building in these members of parliament and leaders would not be heard. A round of applause for Mr. Mpuga. You would even stand up and clap for this gentleman. Sincerely, he has done his best. He has done what he had to do, and we are happy for you. May you lead on. May you keep us together. Now that is said, my brother Kamara, in 1980 or in 1975, 1971, when Idi Amin had just come to power, in the mustard seed, Museveni says he left 2 days after Amin was in power. 2 days he left. In 1975, He started mobilizing from Tanzania. I think if I'm wrong, then Mr. Mugisha Muntu is here. Honorable Mugisha, the general is here. In 1975, he started mobilizing. When he started mobilizing, people left campus or left Makerere and the different places to go and join him. People left work to go and join him. Others reached him without knowing they were going to do the same thing. What am I trying to tell you? What I'm trying to tell you is, in the struggle for power, people gave up everything, in order to first finish or accomplish the cause. And then they came back. The Salim Sades came back to school. The First Lady came back to school. And the rest came back to school after they had finished the cause, after winning. Mr. Museveni was not the brightest. He was not the best leader that they had. This was somebody that was rearing cattle. This is somebody that was a thief, a criminal. Only that he was an intelligent criminal, and he was the person that could help them win the war at that time. So they just decided to rally against that particular person. The person that had the qualities that could win the war at that particular time. If I'm wrong, I beg to be corrected, General. Not even his grades in school were the best. No, they just chose somebody and decided to say, no matter what goes on, this is the best person that there is, and let us take orders from this person and nobody else. They respected him, kept quiet, and he led the way. Now here are leaders that have failed to unite. Leaders that have failed to trust one person. Trust one person. Trust.
Okay.
After this, here are leaders that feel betrayed. Here are leaders with a lot of ego, where everyone feels they can be president. Here are leaders that do not punish others for betrayal. Somebody comes in public, betrays us in broad daylight, and then we look on and call it politics. This should stop. It is not about actually looking for the best. It is about looking for the person that can bring us crowds now, and how to use the crowds is up to us. I beg to submit.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to, there are not many members of parliament who have run against the vice president, but he did. And I can hear them saying, brother engineer Sevamala, take it another step. Okay. So my brother from Mawokota, give me a microphone.
Thank you very much, Patrick. We have a challenge of political egoism, challenge of political superstardom. As a musician, those are some of the things that drained and tarnished the image of the music industry. Surprisingly, when I joined the politics, it is the same song sung along and every day. Here we are. We're talking about very important issues. Our leader of opposition took the initiative, got funders. But even within the room, you can check the environment. Political egoism, important actors not present. The leader took the initiative, got the funding. We can never get such an opportunity. People are invited, but to put the show down, they even end up being represented by people not supposed to represent in such a capacity.
we should address this issue holistically if we have to get this man out of power. The question here is power. I know Honorable Mpuga must have insulated this conference because of the times, but we are talking about power, and we have to take power by people being disciplined and getting rid of egoism and political bastardom in whatever way. I beg to serve.
Thank you. Honorable Betty Awol. This is a very difficult job to do. Okay.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to all.
And I'm announcing
our
you are the
panelists.
last person to submit before the panelists.
Right.
Yeah.
One thing is to say what is the way forward. I see Honorable General Muntu here, who is the leader of a party. Together with our leader of opposition, we ask you to take charge, probably to sit with other leaders in the parties in opposition, to program for us, give us work. We say the time is now. If the time is now, we should be given instruction on what to do. We are not scrambling for power. We want power to go back to people. The Constitution says power belongs to people. So what we want is to see this power goes back to people. So we need people who will have to take lead. Even with this other, there is this black arms. When they are moving, they have to have a leader. So this leadership is very important. I think we need the leaders to lead us and to program our challenge, our biggest challenge, even when we say the time is right, because economically people are struggling. And as people are struggling, it is easy to deal with them. But when you go to them, they look at you to be able to give something. How are we going to handle the fundraising? The question is to any of you. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It is very interesting to see leaders looking for a leader. And I'm wondering, and this was started by the Honorable Lima Mayuni, is the one who started it. Leaders asking for a leader. You are a leader, she's a leader, everybody's a leader. Let somebody step up. Thank you very much. Okay, let me ask whether that is possible in the interest of time. People are here for a reason. Okay, Honorable, let's get them, because if your hand was even earlier up than them, so.
Thank you very much. My name is
and
Janet.
Sam Mukaku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kamara. I think this is my time. You have given me the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I've been seated here. I've introduced myself. My name is Jole. I'm representing political parties here, what called the National Consultative Forum. I've been watching, I've been listening, and you know what has come to my mind is what you have just said. You are all leaders here. Nobody is not a leader here. And somebody has invited you here and you all turned up and you are crying for a leader. I mean, it makes me think that you probably don't know what you want. Yes, you have been using the Bible, some of the examples you've been using, and it reminded me of one of the letters St. Paul wrote to the Galatians. Said, you foolish Galatians, who bewitched you? Who bewitched you, Ugandans? I mean, you are here, aren't you? You are here. So what more leaders do you want? The members have talked. I've had some members trying to pin down Dr. Besije, trying to pin down General Muntu. Now, do you want General Muntu to pick up a gun alone and then you follow him? I mean, and before a camera, what do you want him to answer? Do you want him to say now tomorrow, let's meet on Kampala Road with a few grenades? Please do what you are supposed to do. You are people's representatives. The people chose you. They put you here. You are the leaders. You go and begin from you.
Thank you.
You as the member of parliament, then go to your constituency, and certainly this dictator will go.
Thank you
Because
very
one
much.
thing I have realized is that Mr. Museveni has gotten us where he wants us. He has divided us. He has used money, and he's continuing to use it, to use it, and you are taking it because we read about it, us who are outside. And the same thing happens when we are in the party, meetings. People are saying, why don't we go and seek audience with Mr. Museveni? Then I'm like, but you people, I thought we are in opposition. Now, if you want us to go and meet him, what can we add? So thank you so much.
Thank
For
you.
me, my challenge is that each one of you is a leader. Go and start from your home, from your own family, from your relatives, and certainly the man will go.
Thank you very
so
much. I really thank God that an opportunity was given to you. We are going to have, we are about to lose that important guidance. There's a table there. But Dr. Banika, you already spoke. No, but
thank you very much, Mr. Kamara. I'm Charles James Chizito, the President General of Uganda Federal Alliance. Yes, I want to put to your attention that if you didn't know that Uganda Federal Alliance exists, it is still there, and I'm the President General. Many speakers have spoken here, and they have pulled no punches on telling us on how we can remove a tyranny regime out of this country. But for us, we know that what we are doing, we are just crying foul. We are just lamenting, and probably these are the last kicks of a dying horse. We know the problem of this country are the excessive powers embedded in the seat of the president. When we still have a system that gives the president a lot of powers, we shall cry this for other 100 years to come. For us, we think, let us devise means on how we can curtail the powers, the excessive powers in the presidential seat. There we shall have the problems of Uganda solved. You know, dictators, the way they operate, these are the people who can prophesy and they make what they have prophesied come true. These are the people who can give lies and make their lies come true. They have lied to every person that no other system of governance can work in Uganda. And it is becoming successful.
All right.
We are crying here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm arguing to all of us that as we find the problems challenging this country, we must also look at the power question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, beginning with you, Honorable Mike, responding to the questions and comments, and we shall go like that up to my extreme left with Dr. Sarah Berete.
Thank you, Patrick. And I'd like to thank all of you who have raised concerns and issues. First to you, Patrick. You said if we came together around what theme can we come together? And I think that question has been ably answered by Colonel Dr. Kiza Besigye. He gave us the parameters. And for purposes of clarity, the parameters are just two. We are going to unite around transition and liberation. Simple. We want transit from this regime to the next and offer Ugandans liberation. I think that those are the two aspects around which we are going to unite. Secondly, the issue of leadership. All those who have raised concerns on the issue of leadership, I think again they have been answered by many of you. The project for which we want to pursue is like football. It is true that all of us here are leaders, but we must do basic things first. First things first. They look simple, but very important. In football, everybody plays their right number. They are 10. Everybody plays their number, and the 11th is the captain. These are you don't need to reinvent this. These are simple formulas which have long been established. Secondly, in pursuing any goal, you must first consider the terrain, the situation, the challenges, the tasks, and then you choose your leader according to the tasks and challenges at hand. You don't just wake up and appoint yourself a leader or anoint yourself a leader. No. Are you fit for that purpose? Let everyone play their right numbers. Simple and clear. May I also reiterate that if you have got to move forward, we need, somebody said you are lamenting. Those of you who have known me, I have never been part of the group of lamenters. Actually, I've always been part of those who initiate. So we need, matter of factly, to have leadership. General Muntu, I also would like to respond. General Muntu has told us that, you know, this project is like a military operation. In a military operation, you've got the group, the team of the artillery. You've got the team in mechanized. You have got the infantry. And you've got reconnaissance. But at the end of the day, all these departments and platoons have got an overall commander. In other words, in any operation, there must be leadership and coordination. So leadership is the first issue we've got to resolve. And let us speak honestly, like it or not, believe it or not, what the public perceives is that there's a vacuum in opposition leadership. Even if you want to contest for the next election, you know that there are some people who don't believe in the next election, contesting for the next election. And there are others who do so. Even if you want to contest the next election, do you want to get into the 2026 election in the shape you were in 2021? You had Bobby Wine, you had General Muntu, you had Amuriat, all of them giving conflicting messages. Do you know the reason why we lost West Nile for the first time? Do you know the reason why we lost Acholi for the first time? Do you know the reason why we lost Lango? Do you know the reason why you lost Teso? You were sending mixed messages. You were not coordinated. Is that the shape you want to continue in at the next phase? Gentlemen, when we talk about some of these things, they're not personal. We are not emotional. We have experienced some of these things for some time. We know the mistakes that have been committed, and we think that we can correct them. Of course, as I mentioned, we need organization. Somebody said that, why do you say that you are disjointed? What do you see yourself? Brother, I don't know which brother was. It was a brother from Nakaseke. You are saying we are disjointed. Oh, do you see unity? Don't you see that the opposition forces are scattered? Don't you see the need to regroup? I think there are some questions you have asked that are quite of yes. I want to say, and rightly believe, that the NRM right now is at its weakest. But even the opposition itself is at its most disjointed state. If we answer those issues of leadership, if we answer the question about organization, if we answer the question about strategy, if we answer the question about tactics, then I'm sure we can prevail ultimately over the national resistance movement, no matter what. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, the Honorable Mabike. Honorable Kiza, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Kamara and the honorable members, for your concerns, for your questions, and for me, I still want to see hope. I still want to say that amongst the questions that you're asking, each one of us is yearning for something. Each one of us is painting a picture that we need to see a better tomorrow. And oh yes, I still want to believe that there is still a better tomorrow. My good friend Namboze gave suggestions, and her suggestions were equally echoed by the Honorable Elijah Okupa, that there is need for us to sit together and plot outside cameras and on our own, where we will speak about ourselves and we'll be able to energize ourselves first. This meeting, and I want to thank you, Lord, for organizing it, is an energizer. I can see that as we march out of here, we will not be the same again. Each one of us has been recharged. And I know that each one of us, most especially those of us who have attended, we shall go back and do some soul searching. We have rediscovered ourselves. We have rediscovered our weaknesses. That is why even the leaders are saying, I think we still need to be led. It is not a mistake. Because even when we were into those elections campaigning, all the people showed up campaigning, giving messages, but the population decided and said, I think for now, you are the best leader. Even when we were all together in the parliament, but a leader was identified that I think for now, this is the leader of the opposition. So it does no harm for us, the leaders, to say, guys, let's sit together again and reconsider what needs to be done first, second, and possibly third. And I loved the question that Nyakato asked, that how come that we only talk about a unity of the opposition when we are nearing elections? Me, I am glad that we are beginning these discussions sometime before our elections come. The challenge is that even when we get out of elections, we don't sit amongst ourselves to do a postmortem. If we have failed to do an analysis before we go into the election, can we, for heaven's sake, sit and do a postmortem? That's when we can be in a position to say, let's guard jealously the gains that we have made and plot to get into the fields either that were robbed from us or the ones that we have not been able to take. And so the leader of the opposition and colleagues, let's not lose hope. Let's not get tired of coming together. Let's not allow the dictator to divide us. One of the tricks that Museveni has used, and adequately well, is to keep making us believe that we are each other's enemies. I will see Nyakato as my enemy. That is when we shall create connotations of moles and non-moles, others being pure opposition and others being non-opposition. It's a tool that the dictator uses to divide us, period. And when we are divided, we will not plan, because I know even in our midst, there are people who are fearing to talk, thinking they will be reported. We are fearing to talk, we shall be reported, and they will come for me. Even in our own meeting. That is why I'm saying this is a public meeting. You're free to talk what you want to talk. But let's look for that opportunity. A member said even social media is becoming an issue for us. We are taking social media pictures and saying, happening here in Munyonyo. We are removing a dictator. And the dictator is sending spies, go and check how they are removing the dictator. Let us find a day to ourselves and see how to plot to remove this dictator. Let us find a day to ourselves and possibly ask General Muntu and Dr. Besigye why they don't want to take up those arms. They will be able to tell us why.
Thank you.
If all of us are ready, they can tell us why they don't want to, and we see whether we can take them. But two, I want to believe that our population, Museveni has impoverished it on purpose. I can see that all of us, yes, indeed, have been in parliament, and I know the problems that MPs face. One of the biggest challenges that we have is turning politics commercial to the extent that even us leaders, we fear to get to the population, most especially when you don't have the money to give them. When you reach there, you are the funeral service manager, you are the wedding operator, you are the one to get people from hospitals, you are the one to bury, you are squeezed in a corner to the extent that you even tend to give up. And it has also caused the problem of MPs wanting to get money from any source, as long as they can be able to service the needs of the population. This impoverished population, we need to let them understand that the poverty they are in is state manufactured to keep them poor so that they can be easily patronized.
Time up, Honorable Kiza.
And when they know that, they will rise up to reclaim their power that the Honorable Namboze was talking about, and that all of us believe that is in the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. General.
Thank you, Patrick. The only reason why I have chosen not take up arms and fight is it's not because I don't think that weapons can't work, because they can work. The only reason why I would not join any fight to remove this regime through the use of weapons is the very understanding that even those who would get weapons and fight and succeed and take power, they would not act any different from how we acted. I've kept on repeating this over and over, but many people don't pick it. Weapons can intoxicate. Much as money, much as power can intoxicate. I have had first-hand experience. I've been at high levels of leadership. I commanded an army. So I've been close to power. And I clearly understand why leaders from 60. Yesterday, Mamsia took us through the crisis we've gone through since 1960 in regard to constitutional crisis. I clearly understand why people get drunk by power, by money, and by the use of weapons. It is very clear to me from my observations and interactions I get in the political arena where we operate from, that right now, if you got a team that would take power, out of 10 people of those who would have taken power, I have a feeling like within 3, 4, 5 years, 7 to 8 would have become drunk. I highly doubt whether you can get 2 or 3 people in this country now who can withstand the power of weapons. Most likely 7 or 8 would have developed the sense of entitlement like we developed. If someone is saying, if not 9, possibly. We still suffer from us who are in the political class, certain levels of, I don't know what word to use. I don't know whether it's a question of the depth of consciousness, whatever it is. I think that's the state we are in. And therefore, there's no way I could ever join any group going to fight. If there's any group that would go to fight using weapons, you would never hear me, Muntu, condemning them. But I know what they would become the moment they take power. I'm not going to take that route again. 2, at a personal level, even when I went to the bush in 81, by God's grace, my mind has been developed to run a marathon. I never put time to anything. I put my focus on the end state. What do we intend to achieve? What should we be like as a country? And that's what we need to keep working on, we as the opposition. Even the moment we take power, how do we want to use that power? For what purpose? And the moment we agree on those things, there are many of us who would want to focus on that and to ensure that until we achieve that, that we cannot give up on that struggle. The problem is if you are running a sprint, because a sprint is like 100 meters. And then you don't achieve what you wanted to achieve within that short period. Then another round, and you give up. We need to change the way we think. We are trying to fight to get a country where there is justice, where there is fairness, where there is transparency in the management of national affairs, where there is equality before the law, where there are equal opportunities. If we focus on that, that means that our minds would be tuned to keep fighting until we achieve that. If we achieve it in 5 years, good. If it's 10, good. If it's 20, good. But we keep fighting until we get there. Because your focus is not on the years, your focus is on the end state. I run marathons. I don't run sprints. And therefore, in as far as we are concerned, some of us, we will keep, the young lady, you said, and that's why we keep talking, so that hopefully the young people also tune their minds to that. Because worst case scenario, some of us can exceed this world. But suppose by the time we exceed this world, we have not achieved what we desire to achieve as a country. And by that time, I can guarantee you, you'd be as old as we are. So would you have given up the struggle? Yeah, so don't focus on time. Focus on the end state. What kind of country do you want to have? That's why in my earlier presentation, I was talking about going on an effort of recovering people who have literally almost given up. To me, that is what is most frightening. You bump into many actors who've reached a point where they think it's not possible now to do anything. But how can it be possible not to do anything when we have not even achieved what we want to achieve? A country where we can live as a free people. The regime is skillfully, in a subtle way, going through many places, regardless of age. I get frightened when I meet young people in their 20s, in their 30s, who have literally given up even before they start the struggle. Some of us have been in this struggle since 23 years. I was 23 years when I went to the bush. What we are fighting for, we have not yet achieved. And it doesn't matter whether I'm on the front, whether I'm in the middle, whether I'm in the rear, I am going to keep fighting until we get that kind of country. The only thing we are requesting for me, and when it comes to issues of leadership, let's not confuse two things. One, what we are looking for is leadership for coordination. Don't go into leadership as whom you are going to front. You will break down even before you reach a kilometer away from where you started. I have been through that. When I was the leader of FDC, we worked day and night for 2 years. We are sitting in Uganda House. Those of you who were in the formation of TDA possibly would recall. TDA, I think, was the most successful formation so far since a struggle started. There was a lot of effort and skills applied to bring together political parties to act as one, to bring civil society on board. That formation broke down in one night over leadership. And yet, in my own estimation, we did not have to break down even that very night when we failed to get one leader. There are things which I don't know whether I should even talk about them. I know in the course of the last 6 months when we were building TDA, I raised the flag on the issue of one leader. And I kept on telling colleagues, the most desirable thing is to get one leader. But we must also think of a fallback position. If we don't achieve the first case scenario, we need to know the fallback position. But we need to preserve TDA. Because if we are maneuvered and manipulated out of an electoral victory, we would still need the vehicle that we have created to continue with the struggle. You know, at times there are things which we are not able to think on the same page. And, you know, with my background, there are things which perplex me. I don't get to understand them well, but I patiently keep waiting. I won that very night. I said, much as we've not achieved the best desirable position of having one leader, we need to stay together. We cannot afford to fight each other, even if we back the two different candidates. Because if we don't achieve victory, I can guarantee you the next day after elections, we will be needing each other. Those of you who are in TDA may recall that. Because I said 2011, we split. And immediately after elections, we needed each other and we started looking for each other to recreate a vehicle. So I said, we cannot repeat that same mistake. We broke down. Immediately after elections, we needed each other. Actually, we started looking for each other. Let's get leadership for coordinating effort, and we go into meetings. There are things you cannot resolve in a short time like this. There are things you cannot resolve in micro.
Thank you.
And we think together, we see how to build strength behind the different fronts. You need strength, few as you are in parliament, to push for constitutional reforms. That's the subject which brought us here. You need strength and skills to maneuver, to influence the many numbers on the other front. If you succeed, we will be the happiest. Even if you don't succeed, put there a fight to the extent that the country takes notice. We will need strength for those who will be going on the streets, civil disobedience. There are things that can be done. Situation may seem to be hopeless, but there are things that can be done with discipline, with focus, with coordinated effort, and also resilience. There are those who will have to continue on the ground to ensure that any territory that is under our control as opposition is consolidated. We cannot afford to lose any other area. It is a front. There are those who have to build strength behind resource mobilization. There must be strength behind diplomatic effort and overall coordination. All that is how we shape our mindsets and utilize the skills that we do have to build such a formidable front that we achieve what is required in the public mind. To look at us and say, yes, we can see a credible alternative political force that can not only occupy power, but can manage this country in a better direction. That's what we need to create, that perception in the public. If you don't do that, people are talking about lamentation. Yes, people will keep on lamenting.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, General Mugisha Muntu. And very lastly, Dr. Sarah Verete.
Yeah, thank you very much. I had many questions on building civic competencies. Lucy and the Honorable, sorry, I forgot your name. Yes. Yes, yeah, Honorable Kakande. Amidst donations, amidst, elaborate patronage by the regime. But like Kiza Besige said, Dr. Kiza Besige, your parliament keeps allocating money for donations. You don't even ask for accountability. In this budget, you have donations, you have clothes for all MPs, including your speakers. We saw a budget in the media, clothes for the speaker, clothes, the deputy speaker, millions of money. So one, we need to appreciate that as a country, we don't have our priorities right. Of course, you are a minority and you're not to blame. But, I saw the minority report by Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, who is in the room, but very quiet. We know the challenges that you face as opposition in parliament amidst the tyrant of numbers. We appreciate the causes that you take on, although we keep calling you to do more. But that doesn't mean that we don't appreciate. To do more, strategize better, to try to build alliances, but we also know the challenges you face. Your colleagues are in Chankwans, and the information is that they are going to pick lots of money, and we know the challenges of the people. Poverty, school fees, the strife and that the people are going through. And that's why they look at you as, mobile bullions whenever you go to the village. So the first duty to build civic competence is to knowledge, to pass on knowledge to the people. People don't know the role of MPs. They think your duty is to facilitate their lifestyles. And that has worsened with the commercialization of politics. The reason DGF was closed in this country, we were trying to tell people who is responsible for service delivery. Now MPs you on the wall. Citizens demand service delivery from you. They forget that that's not your duty. But you're also caught in the trap. So how we can get out of the trap, we need first educate people where we can about the roles of each of the leaders. But as you do that, of course, you have to keep doing the trap you are in to give them money, because It doesn't, mindset, change doesn't happen overnight. But as you give them money, try to mobilize them around their own economic activities. Parish development model would have been a good idea. But because of the corruption in the system, it won't work. Just in the first phase, 30% of the money was given to ghosts. Those ghosts are the technocrats. Because who else has capacity to create the ghost circle and put it in the system and give it money? It's the technocrats. So when you have 30% money going to ghosts, what are you going to achieve? If you tie your hopes on PDM, you will suffer the effects of its failure, just like the regime. You can talk about it, but it won't work. This regime cannot implement any successful poverty alleviation program. It cannot. And they also know it. But they're using it for propaganda. So if you get caught in the propaganda, you will have yourselves to blame. The issue of excessive poverty, I think I've addressed it. Of course, there is poverty, but we need to look at the opportunity that poverty and anger offer for change. Citizens are very angry, but they don't see the alternative options. They don't see a way forward. The anger would be enough for change. The anger has been caused by two types of crises, the economic crisis and the climate change crisis. I saw the president touring Masaka. I don't know whether he flew by helicopter or by road, because that was after the collapse of Katonga. You facilitate sand mining, destabilize all the environment, and then of course bridges will be washed away by water levels. We have a crisis of landslides, riverbank bursts. So we need to rally people around these problems and be the alternative of a solution. And the solution does not lie in money. I want to tell you, you need money to move around and facilitate yourself. But there is no amount of money that is going to cause change, that you go to bribe voters. It won't work. Because that is the system of the oppressor. And it has not delivered anything. You also know that they lose elections. They survive on violence and rigging. Money is not enough to even deliver alone, to deliver victory to NRM. They put the bar of the gun. So money is not a solution in itself. Can we present ourselves as the alternative for this country by offering a solution to the people that are angry, that are impoverished, that are suffering, and are stuck yearning for leadership in this country? I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, thank you so much. And thank you, my panelists this evening. May I now invite the Honorable Joyce Bagala to come and lead us to the conclusion of this workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for this session. And may I take this opportunity to appreciate all of you, honorable members, our invited guests, the presenters, and all of you who contributed, staff of the Office of the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you for making this happen. I recognize the presence of Dalton Kawesa, who is the Chief News Editor of Next Media Group, owner of NBS TV. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for the coverage. I'd like to appreciate all the media that is here. Thank you so much for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the close of this retreat, but we are closing with remarks by the Leader of the Opposition in Parliament, the Right Honorable Matthias Mpuuga. And after his remarks, John Asimwe will have to make an administrative announcement, but that's after the LOP has made the closing remarks. Thank you so much once again.
Colleagues, members of parliament, our dear, especially invited guests and facilitators this morning and afternoon, and the Easter hours. It is with utmost personal humility that I rise to most sincerely appreciate you for the patience, for the listening in you have made, for the input at various stages of this conversation. And now that we have had it for the last 2 days, from me, it doesn't matter whether we are leaving this place agreed on what to do. Even if we do not agree as a matter of resolution, because it never was my intention as the convener that we shall leave this place with the traditional resolutions. At least I'm very sure each one of us will retreat in their personal discomfort. Yes, personal discomfort, and figure out what has become or become of us. We do not smell the coffee and engage in self-introspection as to the possibilities and the time we have so far lost. Gentlemen, I want to thank you personally for your humility. You've been here for 2 days. You keep time to the dot, and I have been observing you increasingly and patiently, looking a bit perplexed but not frustrated, as members of parliament who are resident here saunter in reluctantly and lazily to come and do what is supposed to be a huge national duty. But I want to thank you most sincerely. General Museveni and his accomplices are in Chankwanzi, figuring out how to mess us up further. I hope we are alive to these our challenges of the time. The conversation over the last 2 days, colleagues, shall be as good as the follow-up to it. The superlatives of the possibilities, whichever names we have called them, we have a duty. We now know that it's not about politicians. It's about the people. That as political leaders, we derive legitimacy and efficacy from the people and their interests that we serve. And therefore, we need to care more. If we intend to be part of the process to give this country a chance, then this conversation needs to be rethought and refocused. I want to most sincerely thank my party and my party leader and leaders, including my senior colleagues, the Honorable Nambeshi, the Honorable Jole Mugisha, our Deputy President in charge of Western Uganda, because I must, as of necessity and procedure, seek the approval of the party to hold these conversations. As a quasi-convener in the circumstances, officialdom demands that I seek and get the approval, the tacit and direct approval of the rank and file of the NUP. But I must say that amongst us in the opposition, including civil society, there are people who think that they are too big to fit in this small boardroom. I will ask my party to allow me to convene another meeting in Inambole where they can fit, probably, so that we can have them in the conversation. Those who feel too big to be part of this conversation, I hope the party allows me to convene a bigger meeting, probably in Kololo or Nambole, where they can feel the comfort of Well, Peche Stadium, the Honorable does advise. Of course, the input from our invited guests that are not members of parliament is very, very telling. And I want to assure you that as parliament, we have humbly lived to understand our challenges as a platform. Fortunately or unfortunately, parliament and members of parliament are a derivation from society. We do not come from heaven. Society sent us to do this. And society chooses leaders to address their aspirations and frustrations. So what we are the aspirations and frustrations of our common peoples. And therefore it's upon us to really work on our shape, sharpen our edges, and live up to that promise that the people desire to see of us. So we pray that the same society will give us a good president sometime, and by extension, a good parliament, so that the people's will is served. Mr. Councillor Lubiri Senior took leave, I suppose. I want to thank him most sincerely for his eloquent and informative presentation. For those who never took care to listen in, it was a tongue-in-cheek presentation and left us with questions, but with alternatives to choose from. In my school days, I never loved questions of the nature that offered answers to choose from. It would usually get a zero. But it posed questions cynically and left us with the task to choose alternative from the alternatives. But I love football. Probably if I wasn't a politician, I would be a football coach. But the best teams play with the consistency and the intensity. Even when you are 3-0 down, you keep passing the ball, not to the enemy, from within yourselves, including passing it back to the goalkeeper, as though you have given up. But the point you're making is that you play your game. In these seemingly frustrating moments, one of the tasks you have is to avoid playing the enemy's game. But the question is, probably the bigger question, do we have a game? Do we have a system? Or we are just kicking the rubber in the direction of the enemy, and then the enemy plays us asunder? So we need to really master our own game and agree on how to play it. If you play with intensity and consistency, it will definitely crawl back on what the enemy is doing. And I want to invite you colleagues not to give in. And I want to agree that we are different actors in the same theater, in the same play. All we need is to, each one of us charged with a duty in any of the, the spaces in the play, in any of the episodes, to play our part to our abilities. I firmly believe that this conversation is going to carry on. And for those of you who listened yesterday evening to the wisdom Professor Joy Olokonyango, now know that this game is bottom up. And is the ultimate promise I want to make to you that with the leave of my party, I'll continue convening you to have these intra and inter-party small conversations so that we can agree on how to move the next level, to avoid the kind of controversy that makes us look as though we are clueless. We are not at all. So if everything is not working, something must work out. We must fill the voids and move our efforts to the last and final level. And they'll ask that if all of us, God forbid, passed on in 1 week and we are buried in the same cemetery, what would be our befitting epitaph that citizens will put on our graveyards? I dare say they would put something like, they competently lived together and they foolishly failed to act. Big epitaph in our cemetery. Competence all over the room. Acting in a manner that makes us look as though we have nothing to offer. Is it true? I dare say no. We have immense, overflowing, untapped capacity. Sometimes we need to die a little to live longer. And that's a question of humility from each one of us to understand. We are faced with a challenge, but this challenge is not insurmountable. We can overcome it with humility and consistency. I want to once again thank all of you and I promise that we're going to be right back and not in so long a time. I want to ask of you, our party leaders, to appreciate the fact that our small corners are not about us. They're about the people. The people raise the platform on which we stand to speak on their behalf. But the people do hold the hammer and the nail that raise these platforms. They can easily remove these platforms and we crumble like a pack of cards. May we carry on, comrades, and to you colleagues, members of parliament, I would like to see more of you act in that our official space. That officialdom for me is still lacking your active involvement. Some of us are too cynical to be seen to participate. Some of us think we are too powerful to be seen working with the very humble people with limited abilities. Some of us are too busy in our other spaces for which the people never sent us to do, to be seen to act in the space for which we were elected to do. Members of parliament miss committees. Members of parliament come late to committees when resolutions have been taken. Members of parliament miss plenary for no reason. Members of parliament are full of excuses. Members of parliament are actually cheating on their voters. This self-introspection, as we try to move anew, should really warm our hearts to say we are going to act better. No grandstanding. If you're not ready to act, please leave the stage. If you're not ready to occupy your space in its fullness, you have no business consuming our oxygen where we operate from. Surrender the space for those who can act on it. I want to thank you, the technical team, Mr. Peter Busuku, Jackie and the team for this input. Thank you so much. To everyone, may the Lord bless you for God and my country.
Thank you, Lop. Honorable members, the coupons will be given out near the area where we have lunch from. The announcement has been put on the opposition forum. Thank you so much.
I'm so addicted to Hollywood scented. Tally on expiry date.